Recording in progress.
Welcome, everybody. Nice to see you all. Welcome to the San Rafael City Council special meeting. We normally meet on the first and third Monday. We're meeting on the 2nd, May 8th. And I will ask the city clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Bushy.
Present.
Councilmember Hill.
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Present.
Vice Mayor Yadens Gulati.
Present.
Mayor Kate.
Present. All 5 of us are here. I will turn it over to the city clerk to describe how people can participate either in person or virtually.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. This meeting tonight is being recorded and streamed live to YouTube, where members of the public can provide public comment by phone by calling 669-444-9171 using the meeting ID 844-6433-7136 and pressing *9 to raise their hand for comments. Or you can comment and watch directly through Zoom using the link on the agenda, and you can use the raised hand feature through Zoom. If you experience any technical difficulties, you can email me at city.clerk@cityofcenterfell.org. Displayed on the podium and the projector is a 2-minute timer to help you stay within the 2-minute time frame. You're invited, though you're not required, to introduce yourself and say what part of Centerfell you live in, or if you're from outside of the area. We're offering closed captioning for this evening's meeting on Zoom, and you can select the live transcript button to enable this feature. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one agenda item this evening, environmental and design review permit for new mixed-use building at 1515 4th Street. If this is your first council meeting, the way it works is we will have staff do a presentation. The appellant will also have a presentation for 10 minutes and the applicant for 10 minutes. Then the council can ask clarifying questions of either entity. And then at that point, we will open it up to public comment. And any members of the public will be able to, at that time, comment for 2 minutes. We'll take comment from folks in the room and then folks virtually, and the city clerk will review how to participate when we get to that portion. So with that, I shall turn it over. I see Jeff Ballantine. Welcome.
Good evening, City Council members. Let me pull up the slideshow here. Okay. Slide. Share screen. Okay. All right, so the project before you tonight is a appeal of an environmental and design review permit approval for a proposed new mixed-use building at 1515 4th Street. So the project site surrounded by Shaver Street, 4th Street, and E Street, as well as 2 commercial buildings to the south. Currently, there's a vacant building on the project site. The proposed project includes 162 residential units and 8,900 square feet of ground floor retail space. The northern face of the building facing 4th Street is 7 stories, and there's a small portion of the southwestern corner of the building that is 8 stories due to topography. 119 of the residential units would have 1 bedroom, and 43 of the units would have 2 bedrooms. And it would include 13 units designated for very low income households, below market rate units. And in terms of the articulation, it includes building articulation in the forms of building recesses and projections, a variety in colors and materials. Yeah, so that covers that. I'm just briefly going to go through the elevations. So here's the north elevation facing 4th Street. The east elevation facing E Street. The west elevation facing Shaver Street, and the south elevation facing south. And then here is a building section just to get an idea of how so you have the ground floor retail, you have 6 levels of residential on top of that, and then below that you have 2 levels of primarily subterranean garages. And just in terms of landscaping, they're proposing new street trees and a number of planters on all 3 street frontages, as well as in the interior courtyard area. They're also proposing 2 L-shaped benches right here, where you kind of have this carved out nook area from the sidewalk on 4th Street, as well as 2 benches on either corner of the 4th Street frontage, along with 8 tubular steel bicycle racks along 4th Street. Just to give a little bit of an overview of how this project makes use of state density bonus law. So state density bonus law allows for a project that provides a minimum percentage of units at a designated income level to seek waivers and concessions to applicable development standards, as well as get an increased density beyond what would be allowed. So since this project's the downtown precise plan does not have a maximum residential density. So in that case, what you do is you basically have to design what's called a hypothetical project, a base density project that hypothetically complies with all of the development standards, such as maximum height, building step backs and setbacks. And from that, for this project, for instance, they've done that and they've shown a base density project of 122 units. And since 10% of those units are designated for very low income, they're allowed to have a 32.5% density bonus. So since 32.5% of 122 is 40, they get an additional 40 density bonus units beyond that base density project. So that gets them to 162 units. And in terms of waivers and concessions, a waiver is basically any development standard that precludes the construction of an affordable housing development at the densities permitted. So basically any standard that gets in the way of them allowing those additional 40 units. And then a concession is just simply any reduction in site development standards or modification of zoning or architectural design requirements. So for this project, most of the site is in the T4 MS 5070 district. And then just a small portion of the southwestern corner is in the T4N 4050 district of the downtown precise plan. And so here's a sort of a summary of the different development standards that they are seeking waivers from, as well as concession. So the project seeks a concession from the requirement to provide 1,000 square feet of civic space. In addition, they're seeking waivers for maximum building height, building step backs, as well as for setback standards in the T4N district. And staff has reviewed this application, and it has consistent with the state density bonus law. And then one other state legislation to provide a summary on is the Housing Accountability Act. So a city may not deny or reduce the density unless the local agency finds supported by substantial evidence that the project would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety. And then specific adverse impact is basically any significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. And objective means no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and being uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion. So that's just to say, basically, if we want to place any sort of conditions or try to modify this project in any way or deny the project or make any changes that reduce the density, we have to be on very solid footing that we're doing so and we're pointing to a specific objective adopted standard that the city has. And in terms of objective standards that the staff have identified, Division 3.2 of the Downtown Form-Based Code includes massing and facade articulation standards. And those are summarized here on this slide. And those are just in addition to things like maximum height and building step backs. And sort of a more higher policy level, creating new housing is one of the key policy areas of the adopted City Council goals and objectives, as you all know. And the Downtown Precise Plan was adopted with the intent of accommodating higher density in the city's downtown. And the community engagement process for that Downtown Precise Plan spanned more than 2 years, included numerous multi-day design charrettes, focus group meetings, pop-up workshops, as well as steering committee presentations. So in terms of previous public hearings for this project, the Design Review Board recommended Planning Commission approval of the project on March 7th of this year, with just a recommended condition that they modify the color and or material of 2 corner building elements of 4th Street, along with the center corner building element. And the Planning Commission approved the environmental design review permit for the project on April 11th. That meeting was well attended, as well as tonight, with roughly 18 people providing comments of support, 19 people providing concerns on the project. In terms of the appeal, so appeal was submitted by Mr. Vikram Seshadri on April 18th. It asserts the project would have public safety impacts on these 4 things. So inadequate traffic analysis on the project, traffic impacts to Shaver Street, street parking supply, as well as flooding. And then the appellant also hired PHA traffic consultants to provide a peer review of the traffic study that was done on the project. And that traffic study was prepared by Advanced Mobility Group. In turn, Advanced Mobility Group provided a response to that peer review. All of that was included either in the staff report packet or in correspondence. At just a real basic level, the appeal nor the traffic review memo point to any objective standard for their claim, and that's really important. That's required by the Housing Accountability Act. So just on that very basis alone, from staff's point of view, the appeal has no merit. However, staff did take the effort to work with Public Works and provide a response to all of the concerns raised in the staff report. I will let Rafat Ray go through the traffic concerns, but before that, I'll just go through street parking supply. Since the project provides more than the minimum required off-street parking, there's really nothing the city can do to require additional off-street parking. And in terms of flooding, as described in the project's stormwater control plan, the project would include a diversion structure, a filter system, and a pump vault to ensure the stormwater flow during a storm is actually reduced or does not worsen from existing condition. And that's just a basic requirement from the Marin Countywide Stormwater Pollution Prevention Program. And so with that, I also want to mention Deputy Director of Public Works Rafat Ray and I met with the appellant as well as Donnie O'Ryan last week to walk along Shaver Street and just sort of listen to their concerns and try to talk it through with them. And with that, I'll turn it over to Rafat.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Rafat Ray. I'm a Deputy Director of Public Works, and I'm here to support what Jeff mentioned or alluded to about the claim of inadequacy of the traffic analysis that was done. The traffic analysis were done according to the San Rafael Transportation Analysis Guidelines. I can definitely see how someone can misinterpret the guidelines. It's a complex environment that we were all put in when we were redoing the general plan, and when with the Senate Bill 743 that mandated that we abandon the level of service that was in our general plan and go to the VMT. And I just want to remind you that the City Council ruled or designated the entire downtown as a low VMT generator. And while the OPR, the Office of Planning and Research at the state, gave some specific mandates about the daily trips, the process is a lot more complex than that. It's not just the total number of daily trips. It is about the land use, about the location of the land use, it was all about, does the project produce lower VMT or higher vehicle miles traveled, or is it going to increase the VMT to the level of CEQA? It would trigger CEQA flags, and that's really the determination here. The City of San Rafael Transportation Analysis Guidelines is very clear, but it requires a lot of specific reading, and that's why we put in a flow chart basically to follow the trips. But we can go back a little bit on that's the flow chart. But just wanted to touch a little bit about the downtown precise plan and what was envisioned in terms of housing and what we would allow, and what is the development environment. It was all thought through during the process. And in the past, when someone came in to do an infill project in the downtown, we asked them to analyze 55 intersections, left, right, north, south, follow the traffic all the way to the freeway. And then we would have a $300,000 report that has 55 intersection capacity analysis. And staff would go through all of this only to find out that we can't assess the developer, this particular development, infill development, for all of this congestion that's already existing in the downtown. So that's why the process was changed, and the transportation analysis guidelines in the background, the downtown precise plans and the goals and visions for the plan. And with SB 743, we were directed to abandon level of service, and the council compromised and kept the level of service in the general plan, but cannot be used as a CEQA. So the CEQA determination for this project is spot on. Exactly what was asked we did a local traffic assessment, which included the first two intersections. And the intent of this is to say, at the opening day of the project, will there be any impacts that the developer could have built to alleviate. And that check was made, and we checked the two intersections, and I think the analysis was more than adequate. The traffic report was accepted, and that's why it went to the Planning Commission. I don't want to get into the detail of this, but it is just to show that not only it's the first question to ask is, has the project generated more than 110 daily trips? And that's an OPR mandate. And if it goes yes or no, it goes to further ask, what is the land use? And then it goes on as to where the area is. And then the conclusions are all here is usually it's either a traffic impact analysis, which is the CEQA analysis, or a local traffic analysis, or what is in here is an IOA, which is an intersection capacity operational analysis. So just to assure you that we did all this checking and the adequate level of traffic analysis was done. And the only thing that when we reviewed the resolution that was approved by the Planning Commission, we found out that Section 74 that stated the exact amount of the traffic impact fee, there was a major error in it, and we would like to have some way to eliminate that condition of approval out of the Planning Commission. And with that, want to get to the conclusion?
Sure. So with that, staff recommends City Council adopt the resolution denying the appeal and affirming the Planning Commission's approval of the environmental design review permit for the project. Neera Doherty from Burke, Williams, and Sorensen is representing the City Attorney's Office tonight. And the appellant, as well as the project applicant, are intending to provide a presentation. And with that, staff is available for questions.
Thank you. I think we'll hear from the appellant and the applicant prior to questions. So if the appellant would like to give a presentation, you have 10 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you for scheduling this appeal hearing related to the approval of the mixed-use building at 1515 4th Street in San Rafael. I'm Vikram Seshadri, and I'm a resident of Shaver Street. My home is literally across the street from the proposed project. And as such, I'm here to help ensure that this project successfully enhances the community without being a liability and danger to us in the city. Let me preface my statement by saying that my safety concerns about this project are not based on anything other than the fact that I am pro-development. In my opinion, San Rafael has so much potential to be the true commercial hub of Marin County, which is largely why my partner and I chose to move here a year and a half ago and build our home here. I believe that an increase in dense, affordable housing would lead to a larger, more diverse community, which would drive demand for commerce and ideally bring an exciting array of new businesses into the downtown corridor, as well as invigorate existing ones. That said, as I've stated multiple times at multiple sessions, development has to be done thoughtfully and with the overall community's well-being in mind, including those who live next to those developments. I don't have numbers to state. I've gotten some facts submitted, but I'm speaking from the heart as a neighbor, as someone who's directly affected by this project, both positively and with concerns about the negative impact that it's going to bring, if not changed. My concerns about this project are plenty, but what ultimately pushed me to file this appeal is what I consider the city's inexplicable lack of concern for the impact on traffic and safety, and the choice of placing both of the garages, entrance and exits on narrow Shaver Street. I hope that all City Council members have had the chance to read my appeal, so I won't go into all of the details. That said, the one sticking point that I continue to want to reiterate is that Shaver Street is too narrow and lacks the capacity to safely accommodate the comings and goings of 200 plus new vehicles, despite all traffic analysis out there, because I see it, I live through it, and I'm telling you through experience. The community.
Thank you. And I can assure you, there'll be time for public comments. You'll be able to let your enthusiasm also be shown then. Go ahead, sir.
The community has voiced this concern at each of the hearings related to this project and in peer-reviewed independent traffic analysis conducted by PHA consultants I've submitted corroborates these claims. It also verifies the inadequacy of the AMG study submitted by the applicant and points out the potential hazards to public health and traffic safety part of the project proposes. However, this could all be largely resolved by moving one of the entrances or exits of the project to E Street, a much wider and unobstructed byway that is better suited to the influx of traffic that will be inflicted by this project. And in fact, we might have almost got hit. We did a little. We measured the street, and Shaver's just under 30 feet, whereas E Street is 40 feet. Though the developers continue to push back on this logical solution to the added cost they will have to incur, I think we can all agree that community safety is far more important, and in the scheme of things, the cost of these changes would be minimal. I have read and reread the city staff's arguments and AMG's rebuttal to my concerns, but none factor in the sincere and factual concerns of the residents who know the area best and will be most impacted by the exponential increase in vehicles using our small streets. Some of those include, and I will reiterate, Shaver's intersection at 3rd and 2nd Streets, both speedy thoroughfares to and from Highway 101, which many of you I know use, that's already dicey due to how the streets narrows at these intersections. And it's now scarier thanks to added bump outs that make turning onto Shaver even more precarious. The already limited parking that will only be exacerbated by shoppers, guests, and vendors providing services to the project. The often congested intersection of Shaver and 4th due to the volume of cars going in and out of Kane's Tires, a very valued, longstanding business in our community. The traffic light on Shaver Street is not timed well with the light on Shaver and 2nd. Only 3 cars can wait in the intersection on Shaver between 2nd and 3rd, causing backups on 3rd. These are present and real issues, despite the city staffs and the developers' commission traffic reports' continual dismissal. Listen, I appreciate local businesses extolling the virtues of this project and the positive impact it will have on the community because it will bring much needed revenue and new clientele. I get it. It's also heartwarming to hear residents who live in other parts of San Rafael excitedly talk about this development, and former residents who now live in other parts of the Bay Area speak about how this project is going to want to make them move back. That's amazing. That said, with all due respect, none of them truly understand the havoc that this project's exit and entry garages are going to have on those of us who live directly in the path of it on Shaver and indirectly on Latham. I did a walkthrough of the intersections of concern on Friday with Jeff Ballantyne and Rafat Ray, and I appreciated that they took the time to meet with me and Donnie, my neighbor, a San Rafael resident of many decades and with deep roots in this community. We showed them where the proposed building's garage entrance and exits were to be designed, directly across from Kane's Tires and on the narrow part of Shaver Street. We showed them the busy intersections of 3rd and Shaver and 2nd and Shaver. We tried to impress upon them how adding 161 units and 179 new parking spots is going to directly impact all of us. They told us, while they understood our concerns, that they couldn't use that to force Monahan Pacific, the developers, to make any changes to their design plans for parking garage entrance or exit locations, simply because the city's precise downtown plan did not have any set objectives they could ask the developers to follow. I don't get it. They added that if these issues came to fruition, they would look at making changes after the fact. For example, taking out parking from one whole side of Shaver Street. Yet another example of the city's reactionary rather than proactive stance when it comes to this development. we left this meeting dejected because what we took away from it was that despite our concerns about public safety and traffic congestion, while valid, it was not in the purview of this development's permit approval, and that it would be approved as valid. Valid local public concerns be damned. Worse than that, however, is the fact that their claim that they could not require the developer to change the driveway location due to lack of objective design standards that the city did not adopt is false. As cited in my appeal supplemental letter, state housing laws allow cities to reject or add conditions to the approval of this project based on circumstances that could have a negative effect on the health and safety of residents. Quite candidly, I am tired of this united response from city planners and officials claiming that there is nothing that can be done given the state's housing mandate. It's bad enough this project is completely inappropriate in size and scale for the location, and that it will have no meaningful impact. Let me repeat. It will have no meaningful impact on the housing affordability needs that it's supposed to help, because the proposed rent they plan to charge, $3,500 to $4,600? It's insane. But if the city council is content to sit back and let this go through without the minor changes the community is asking, it will tell us a lot about how you value your constituents' opinions and concerns. The design experts we have talked to say that a change in this location of one of the entrance or exits of the driveway will not impact the financial feasibility of the project, and in fact will enhance the project's safety and long-term viability. If, despite all the time and money we have spent to bring you evidence of this, and the city council approves this project without the very reasonable changes we are requesting, one will have to seriously question your commitment to community concerns about public safety. What I'm asking for is fair, straightforward, and simple. I'm not asking the city to deny the project. And trust me, would I like for the project size to be reduced? Sure, but I know that's not going to happen. All I can ask for again is that it be built with our safety in mind. Moving one of the building garage entrance or exits to East Street will solve so many of the problems I have highlighted in my appeal, corroborated by the peer-reviewed expert traffic analysis I have submitted, and the architects and civil engineers I have consulted with. It's what so many of my neighbors have also pleaded with the city and the developers to consider, to no avail. Please do the right thing. Please don't deny this project and rubber stamp this project. I urge you to take a beat, pause the approval, take your time to review the evidence, ask Monahan Pacific, the developers, to come back to the table with a common sense solution to the parking garage entrance or exit, and then make an informed decision that you know in your hearts will be in the community's best interest.
Thank you, Mr.
Please show us you care. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you. I appreciate the enthusiasm. Hold on, Mr. Moran. I appreciate the enthusiasm. We did not have this much enthusiasm last week at our meeting, so this is welcomed. I would hope you would also be respectful and not have any, I know you're not going to do this, booing or hissing when the applicant makes his presentation. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for your time this evening, and thank you to staff for all your hard work on the project. We really appreciate it. My name is Tom Monahan. I'm president of Monahan Pacific Corporation. Over the last 35 years, we've been building award-winning projects in San Rafael and throughout the Bay Area. A few of those are, I think we have a slide of a couple of those projects. We're currently wrapping up construction on the AC Marriott project at 5th and B Street. The hotel is scheduled to open up next month, and we're very excited to bring that resource to the city. We help that project, we believe that project will help enliven the downtown area. The project before you tonight is another step in the revitalization of downtown. 1515 4th Street will bring much needed housing and economic vitality to the city center. The project is a result of years of planning, not just by our team, but also by community stakeholders, local businesses, the Planning Commission, and your own council, all having worked for years to encourage housing and vitality downtown. So this project is a small step toward that goal, and the vision for the 2040 general plan, the downtown precise plan, the city's housing element, and is consistent with many of the goals that the city has provided. And through this project, we believe that we're accepting the city's invitation to invest in the downtown and the city's future. The project provides a portion of the 3,200 residences that are required by RENA, providing 162 units, including, as you've heard, 13 below market rate units that are designated for very low income families below the 50% AMI level. The project has gone through an evolution of design, and I wanted to just show you that so you understand the size of the project. So initially, when we designed the project, we maximized the state density bonus, and that's the graphic to your left. And that resulted in 234 units in a building of 11 stories tall. So that building fits within the code, but we felt that was too big. We went through, thank you. We agree on that. And then we went through a series of other iterations of the project. You can see that it went from that size to 207 units, and then we further reduced it to 191 units, and then finally to the design on the far right of the screen, which is 162 units and 7 stories. So it's big, but it could be bigger. This process reduced the project by 72 units and 4 stories in height, and the current design is really the smallest that we can economically justify. So as you know, and as you've heard tonight, the Planning Commission approval was challenged by this appeal, and it focused on neighborhood safety. And unfortunately, the appeal really is not factually based. I understand it's an emotional plea, but nonetheless, we take the appeal very seriously. And so we've had our team go back and double check and reconfirm the safety aspects of the project to be sure that it meets all codes and standards. And we've done this, and our team is here to talk to you about that tonight. Also, we checked with staff and worked closely with staff to confirm that all safety measures are complied with. So we want to reassure you that the project is very safe. We also agree with staff's finding that the project really, the appeal has no merit, and we asked the council to deny the appeal and to allow the project to move forward. We did look at the request to move the project entrance over to East Street, and we tried to consider that. It is not a practical solution. And Shaver Street is a sloped street. It's a slow street, and that means traffic moves slower there. And our traffic engineer will talk about that, but it's not practical to move one of the entrances as has been suggested. Ramps on the project would displace a lot of space. It would be very, very expensive, and it also would move units up higher. So the project would be much higher, and that's not something that we're interested in pursuing. So with that, I'd like to introduce our traffic safety engineer, AMG. Habib Samsko is here. He's going to talk about the project and how it complies with the various safety aspects that have been raised. And we're here to answer any questions that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Council Member, dear Madam Chair, Honorable Mayor, and Council members. My name is Habib Shamsko. I'm the president of the Advanced Mobility Group. I have 35 years of experience in traffic engineering that include conducting traffic studies and preparing traffic safety analysis based on science. My firm prepared the local transportation analysis for the project, and we stand by its findings. For Advanced Mobility Group, pedestrian and vehicular safety is the #1 priority. So I would like to address the appeal in this proposal with the following points. In 2021, the City of San Rafael performed a full traffic impact analysis as part of the City EIR, which studies VMT circulation, congestion, and pedestrian safety for the entire downtown area. In addition, the full EIR DPW requested a local traffic analysis for the 1554 Street project. Advanced Mobility Group properly assessed the public health, safety, and traffic safety impacts of the proposed development in accordance with San Rafael traffic analysis guidelines. Our team followed the scope provided by the city staff and followed the guideline presented in San Rafael transportation analysis guidelines. Our local traffic analysis concluded no significant impact. And I stand by it. AMG went above and beyond this requirement by conducting several additional analyses within the parking garage and throughout the assessment of the roadway condition at Shaver Street. AMG verified that the project meets the public safety requirements, and I stand by it. In our transportation analysis report, AMG acknowledged the existing condition on Shaver Street. Currently, Shaver Street is a narrow roadway with on-street parking on both sides. On-street parking on the side adjacent to the project will be relocated from the Shaver Street to 4th Street and E Street. By relocating this on-street parking, Shaver Street will widen and be safer for all users. Our level of service analysis demonstrates that the intersection of the 4th Street and E Street and 4th and Shaver Street will continue to operate at acceptable level of service, even with the new trip generation by the project. AMG has verified that the project will add no significant delay to traffic condition. Finally, at AMG, we take all comments and peer reviews seriously. AMG would not compromise the safety of the pedestrian, motorist, or resident. We have reconfirmed the conclusion of our analysis, finding that the new development at 1515 4th Street has no significant impact. The proposed project is safe for pedestrians, neighbors, and motorists, and complies with all city codes, design standards, and industry safety guidelines. That conclude my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you tonight.
I'm just going to take the last couple minutes here. My name's Riley Hurd. I live in San Rafael. I operate my business downtown where I specialize in housing law. Here's the point to get across, and that is we are in a new paradigm of local planning. Courtesy of the state, the review of projects like this one is now highly constrained. The days of subjectivity are over, and this is decades of relentless opposition coming home to roost in the form of changed public policy. And people are clearly frustrated by this transfer of control while others celebrate it in light of the housing crisis. Either way, the law is clear. There must be an objective, adopted safety standard that this project violates in order for it to be denied. There is no evidence in the record of that. So I would say, respectfully, the city couldn't deny the project even if it wanted to. This is the new world order of planning I was referencing. So blaming the council is misplaced. People have gone to the courts. They've said, if you don't like this setup, vote for someone else. So that's how the law works from the state level. This wasn't a city council thing. So for the people that say, we want housing, just not here or just not that tall, which kills the project, that's the refrain of the past 30 years that got us where we are and got us these laws and took away the local control. So we don't want another approved unbuilt project. The city's own staff says that this complies with all the objective standards. So we ask that you deny the appeal and approve this project. Let's bring some vitality back to downtown and provide much needed housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Okay, so that concludes the staff presentation, the appellant and applicant. And I'm sure there are many questions. I will ask my colleagues. We'll start with the Vice Mayor. Go ahead.
I guess my question is around the driveway. You know, there's like, I think that's like a big conversation. So can you go over that again? What would it take if the driveway will be set up on East Street?
Just show the drawing. I'll address it. Just show the drawing, the view from Shaver. Definitely.
Oh, sorry, which drawing you want? This one?
No, shaver view of the building.
Gotcha.
You know what, I just want to project this and talk through the exhibit that shows the front view of the building from Shaver to highlight the topographic advantage that the slope of Shaver going down from 4th Street gives a clear advantage to access the lower levels. As you can see, the proposed project takes full advantage of that because of the slope. And one entrance goes to one garage that is subterranean, and another one, and the higher entrance goes to the other garage. So there are 2 layers of garages here, and this maximizes the use of the underground garage because you don't have circulations internal with ramps and things like that. If you go show the East Street, and one more point about this is that the property frontage on Shaver is much longer than the property frontage on East Street. So if you go to East Street, you'll see that the topographic advantage is not there as much as there, and then the what you see as shaded is in the background. That's not the front of East Street. Only, yeah. Let's go back to that. So only the full color portion of the building is facing East Street. So with that limited frontage, I mean, it's even questionable if we would allow a driveway there so close to the intersection. It just, and then you with all of the loss of, so no one can claim that this is going to be less expensive or that doesn't cause hardship. But I will also remind you of one more thing that we articulated in the precise plan downtown, is that we want to try to eliminate conflicts between vehicular and pedestrians. And East Street has clearly more pedestrians on it on a daily basis, has more traffic on it on a daily basis than Shaver. And that's all can be documented.
Let's let the council hear Rafat's answer. Thank you. Thank you for being respectful.
So these are the reason why we didn't push for a driveway on East Street. And, I think, we've had conversations with the residents, and it was great conversation. It was a heart-to-heart conversation, asking us probing questions. How do you hear us? And I say, I'm hearing fears that will not materialize. Someone is imagining. First of all, it's really hard to imagine that 162 units. What is the trip distribution is going to be? It's easy for someone to say it's going to be 162 cars leaving that place. Well, it doesn't work that way. There's going to be 60 cars per hour leaving this development. And that's what the traffic report shows. 60 cars per hour. That means a car every minute. So, there's a perception issue here with, yes, 162 cars dumping on the Shaver Street all at once would be a problem. I agree with that. But that's a fear that is not happening. So, and then let's suppose we do have everybody making a left out of this new development, and everybody's going down to Shaver. They're going to make that movement once or twice, and the delay with the uncoordinated signals will make them think otherwise. They will make a right, and they will go on the major arterials that will get them to their destination faster. So there's a safety valve here that is not considered. And if someone is just expressing all these fears that will not be materialized, I can see how they can see it a problem. And I fully respect that perspective. We spoke about it on a very personal level. And, I'm just trying to explain the numbers and the rationale for us not pushing for another driveway on East Street. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That actually helps. So if you're looking back to Schaefer's, they were mentioning that the street was going to be widened with this project.
Actually, there are a couple of diagrams. I don't know if the applicants,
Yeah, I got it here.
you got it? I have a copy of it. Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
Well, the street is going to be 30 feet wide eventually. The sidewalks will be almost the same size or maybe widened a little bit. But this exhibit shows a passenger vehicle, which is the only vehicle that will fit under the garage. It's not going to be a single unit truck or UPS or even bigger truck. So this shows how a car can safely get in and out. And this driveway will be wider. Any one of the two driveways will be wider than any of the driveways that exist on Shaver Street right now. And people are making, with some difficulty, we noticed that in the field, with some difficulty, the smaller driveway brings a little challenge to the driver that they would have to veer towards the center line a little bit more. But this clearly shows that the maneuver will be safe for a passenger vehicle.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Jeff, you made reference to an error that needed to be corrected, item 74. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, and actually, do you want to?
Sure. Sure. I couldn't find the source of the error because of the time constraint. When we adopted the traffic impact fee, the council approved the resolution that upheld the existing use as credit towards the development. Whether it's vacant or not, it's not an issue. It's an issue of entitlement. So when there is a bank that is 6,000 square foot bank, it has an equivalent trip generation on a daily, AM, and PM. So we calculate daily, AM, and PM. The traffic impact fee considers only the AM and the PM. And when you compare what's existing and what's entitled versus what is being proposed, without giving any credit to what's being proposed for internal capture, which is the interaction between the retail and the business and the residential, or any other credit, we will see that the traffic will be negative in the AM and the PM. It'll be positive on a daily basis. There'll be 200 and some trips on a daily basis. But when we look at the AM and PM, which the traffic, the ordinance for the traffic impact fee is based on, we see that there's going to be a reduction. Therefore, there should be no fee. And there was an error in putting in this condition of approval, and basically an omittance of the existing credit from the bank building towards this project. So we only calculate the fee. I'll restate it. We only calculate the fee on the net AM and PM, considering the existing use. And the existing use was not considered. Therefore, condition 74 should be eliminated.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm understanding, there would be no traffic mitigation fee assessed because the calculation was not done correctly the first time.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to understand further in the report, there's a characterization that this is a small project. Can you elaborate further how this is a small project?
Okay. I responded to a similar comment. Basically, the categorization of the level of traffic analysis is in the traffic guidelines, and there are tiers of projects. And the tiers of what the project is, it is dependent on the net increase of daily trips. So this project will generate a total of 131 AM and PM trips. That's in the traffic report from the applicant, but it will also generate 807 trips daily. So when we look at the daily from the bank is 602. The difference between 807 and 602 is 205. And that is the daily trips. And according to the tier calculation in the transportation analysis guidelines, that puts it in a 2A and not a 2B, meaning 2A requires the traffic report that was commissioned for this development. So I hope I explained that. I mean, I understand it's complex, so please ask me follow-up questions if I didn't deliver the message correctly.
Yeah, no, I recall the transportation guidelines that were produced because I think it came before the council in 2021. And I remember it being somewhat, I would characterize it as a labyrinth of how do you look at this with reference to what was. Just trying to understand, it doesn't leap out in the report very easily, how we arrived at these equations. And thanks for clarifying how it was arrived at. Further, yeah, I mean, I think it is confusing when I look through when I look through the formulation. I had arrived at a 2B because of the numbers that were there. It wasn't clear how we do the reference. I mean, I guess I didn't understand that. So I may come back with other questions, but those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you for the update and for the 3 perspectives. Couple of questions. The staff report identified some improvements that will be done to Shaver Street, or recommended or proposed improvements. And I was wondering if you could review those again. And if you've heard anything over the last couple of weeks of other items that you might want to take into consideration.
And sorry, you said improvements to Shaver Street?
Mm-hmm. I believe the report had talked about there were some items in terms of, was it the sidewalk and
Oh, right, the bulb outs at Shaver and 3rd.
Mhm.
And the warning lights for pedestrians.
Right, do you want to?
Yeah, sure. I wanted to address the first one and okay.
Yeah.
I'll be happy to take this
Thank
one too. Okay, Shaver Street, I think one of the concerns that we heard, it was the line of sight for traffic leaving the underground parking lot and the interaction with the pedestrian on the road. And I've seen a letter that shows possible solutions, like we've seen those in most urban environments in San Francisco and in a lot of small cities as well, is a warning light that warns the pedestrian of an oncoming vehicle. Because the only way to clear the line of sight is to remove the support that's holding up the building, and that makes it structurally very challenging. So the warning light is an added feature that would be there. I think rebuilding the sidewalk itself is an improvement on Shaver. And I don't know what else is there.
Right, and there would also be a planning strip right immediately adjacent to the building. So there would be some additional space between the face of the building and the sidewalk. Did that answer your question? I know there were also discussion of the bulb outs, not adjacent to the project, but at Shaver and 3rd, was that?
I think that's partly the bulb outs are part of it. And then there was some question around the lights and the timing of lights. And I was wondering if that's taking into consideration as well.
And I'll take you a little bit of history too, because when we were designing 3rd Street, we wanted to make a paradigm shift in how the vehicle and pedestrians interact, because we do have a high rate of crashes between pedestrian and vehicles. And the main cause of the crash were speed, and that is mostly the case. So in order to slow down vehicles making the turns, and as they interact with pedestrians, that's where the bulb out was introduced to actually slow down people. And people don't like it. We saw it. I mean, we observe it with the residents. And it is more difficult to make that turn. And it was intentional. And we put those bulb outs, but we also raised the crosswalks. The project is not done. I think everyone is going to be very pleased with the results, because I've seen it done in many communities and it did wonders to the pedestrian experience. Everywhere you go to at a corner, the pedestrian will have to go down on a ramp and up on the street and down to a ramp and up onto the sidewalk. We made the whole profile level, so the pedestrian has advantage of not going up and down. It's a straight, and we raised the whole intersection. This is not happening yet in the field because we haven't seen it. I think everybody's going to be pleased with the outcome of the project, and those bulb outs were there to slow people down, and they will be slowing people. I'm glad to hear that they're slowing people down. They're achieving their goal.
Great, appreciate that. We have 2 traffic studies that have come forward, and I'll direct the question to you. How do we have 2 traffic studies studying the same information, presumably using the same data, and having very different results?
That's a very good question for the person who prepared the second traffic study, because I can assure you that we put people through major hoops to prepare the traffic study. We want them to understand and read the tier structure and the flow diagrams and the credits or not credits, consider the area. It's a complex environment. Even, I have to admit, even for me, it is a complex environment. I'm telling you straight up. I called our consultant who prepared the traffic study, the guidelines, a couple of times for this particular project. I probably called him for others more than a couple of times. I think it was articulated earlier that we are all forced into this environment, traffic engineers and elected officials and everyone else. It wasn't our choice to adopt SB 7043. If you ask me, I would say if we have a choice, we forget it. We're happy with level of service, but it was forced on us. And I don't know where. I mean, maybe if you want to hear from their traffic consultants I don't know where they go wrong. I mean, it's a different conclusion. Mm-hmm. And I think we dissected the traffic behavior with the residents, and it's going to be 1 car per minute leaving that development. So let's not think 162, it's 1 car. Mm-hmm. So that's all what I have to say about this.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I could add on. I wouldn't characterize it as there were 2 traffic studies. I'd characterize it as there's the applicant's traffic study, and then what the appellant did was hired somebody to try to poke holes and do a peer review of that study. And essentially, what that peer review memo I think was lacking was an understanding of the city's transportation analysis guidelines as well as SB 743. That peer review memo was asking for things to, like, for instance, analyze additional intersections, whereas that's just not the scope of the city's requirements, nor is it the requirements of the state law, SB 743. So I think that's a really basic thing to mention.
All right. Lastly, I'm a very frequent customer, all too frequent, of Cane's. And I know that I've used Shaver Street as part of their business model. and I'm wondering if with these changes, are we looking to have Cane's change their business model in terms of the use of that street, or will things potentially change?
I think this will be assessed after the opening of the project, when the project is built. I think, laugh all you want. Actually, when we talked with the residents, they were split on whether we coordinate the signals or not. Because when we coordinated the signals, there were some testimonies from the residents that people used it and did not slow down. And they like it when it's uncoordinated. Typically, we coordinate traffic on the major arterials. I mean, we have second and third major challenge to keep the traffic moving. That is given today, it's given priority and will continue to get priority. The minor street is going to be treated as a minor street, and I don't see how we're going to change that in the future.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Bushy.
Just a couple of quick questions. First of all, thanks so much for showing the two elevations. That really makes it clear that they're very different opportunities for driveways. But turning our attention to Shaver Street, as I understand your presentation, you've conducted a traffic analysis of the two intersections, and you have concluded that with the additional traffic, there will be no negative impact on those intersections. Correct. Okay.
Yes.
Now looking just at Shaver Street, you're saying that there'll be one vehicle per minute coming out of this structure. And do you know what the current level of traffic on Shaver Street is per hour or minute?
I don't have those numbers. Maybe there's some turning movement counts in the reports. Just give me 1 second, please.
Yeah, I think the
In the appendix.
motion.
Yeah, with the
give it
Habib,
to
do
us
you have a
later.
copy of that?
Yeah, we might even defer to the project applicant who prepared the, if that.
What if they have it? Does the project applicant have that number readily available? Yes. Thank you. Could you come?
Okay. You come to the microphone. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Andrea Flores, and I am part of Advanced Mobility Group, the consultant who prepared the traffic study. Currently on Shaver Street, for the peak hour, we have 25 cars exiting Shaver Street in the morning, AM peak hour, and in the evening, we have a total of 35 for the PM peak hour. So what we do is that we, as traffic consultants, we take these PM peak hours, because if you were to take a 24-hour count of a certain roadway, these are the hours that have the most traffic. So for example, we look at the worst case scenario. We will not be looking at, let's say, 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. in the morning. We are looking at numbers from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. and from 4 to 5 or 6 p.m., depending on which hour has the most amount of traffic.
Great. So now in the morning, there's 25 per hour and 35 per hour in the evening.
Yes.
Currently.
Correct.
When the project is built, what will the additional units be? Is that one
Yes,
per minute?
So in the AM, the project will add 60. So I'm assuming that will be 95. And then in the evening, it will add 68. So that would be around, sorry, I have to do quick math.
I think it's
So
85.
that would be around 80 something, 90.
Okay, so it's
Yes.
going to at least double the number of cars going through this intersection at the peak time.
Well, it's going to double the number of cars going through the intersection. However, we also have to think about it in a way that it's per hour. So I'm not saying it's adding 68 cars like Rafat mentioned during a minute or 10-minute span. It's throughout an hour. So if we take those numbers into account, 60 added cars divided by an hour or 60 minutes would be probably one vehicle per minute that's added into Shaver Street.
Great, thank you.
Is that all? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, you will actually have a chance during public comment to ask questions and provide input. So after the council is done asking our clarifying questions, I'm sorry, I said that in the beginning, you must have walked in a little late. So, okay, here we go. So I had some questions kind of top to bottom. You had started the presentation around the state density bonus laws, and I'm just curious, when were those laws passed? And is this one of the first projects to be manifested in San Rafael with those laws?
It is definitely not one of the first. All of the residential projects and Community Director Ali Judici can comment on this, has more history here, but to my knowledge, all of the recent residential projects that have been entitled have made use of state density bonus law.
I don't think I have much more to add other than state density bonus law has been around for a long time and has been evolving more significantly in the past few years. I don't know if NERA has like when we started seeing state density bonus law, but it's been around for a long time. It's just that in the most recent years, it's been like other state regulations. It's
I've
been
enhanced the use of it. Okay. And I'm not sure if you have this answer or if Jeff does. So the downtown precise plan is the guiding document, the planning document. So how many units are for the entire precise plan? Because we've had to submit that to the state. It's had to be approved by the state. And what is that number?
So our environmental impact report, I recall, estimated 2,200 new units in the downtown area over that plan year, so through 2040.
So that's 101 down to the West End, approximately.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I just was putting context around that. You had mentioned, Jeff, about objective standards as a framework for the review. So does that preclude the council, if we so choose, from asking for more traffic studies? I know it can't be a standard, but could it be we would like to have more intersection analysis? And I don't know if that's a nearer question.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
I mean, we do have standards and we have leeway in the interpretation and the application of the standards. And depending on what category the project falls, it says, it says 2 to 4 intersections, but it is, we put a safety valve on it, not to have objectionable standards to say, study the whole, the corridor, for example.
Right.
We used to have that leverage. We don't have
Right,
that
I understand.
anymore.
So you're saying from what you said, 2 more intersections could be studied and that would fall within the objective standard guidelines?
Yes. It says 2 to 4.
So further studies, I think, don't actually speak to whether or not the project complies with objective standards. The question of whether or not additional studies or information can be provided is regulated by the Permit Streamlining Act, which was amended by SB 330. As amended, the Permit Streamlining Act allows cities to request additional information in order to assess a posted list of criteria that must be submitted in order to have a complete development application. In this case, the applicant indeed has a complete development application. The city could request additional information in order to make a determination on that complete development application. But I do want to mention that with respect to what Rafat just mentioned, the additional information would, we'd recommend that information be related to assessing either compliance with city standards or the city's transportation impact guidelines or environmental impacts. And as Jeff mentioned in the presentation, we don't assess level of service impacts on an intersection basis anymore in assessing environmental impacts. We assess whether or not there's a change overall in the vehicle miles traveled. So, if the council was wishing to provide some sort of direction on additional information, we would recommend that information be constrained to what I just described.
Okay. And so of the intersections, so there were 2, and I know it was in the packet. And if I recall correctly, and I was trying to find it when you were speaking, is remind me which were the 2 and how they were related to Shaver and Latham.
It was Shaver and 4th and 4th and E.
Shaver and 4th. Okay, so 3rd and Shaver was not looked at, correct?
No, not the intersection itself.
Okay. And then in terms of a traffic light at Shaver and 4th, can you speak to that?
I think the study concluded that they will not, the signal warrants are not met at this location, meaning that it is not eligible to have a traffic signal. And the two-ways and the one-way stop control will be adequate. And that were two major conclusions of the traffic impact analysis.
So if the council did want to have a traffic light, could one be put in even though there's the one on 3rd and E? Sorry, 4th and E?
It's too close.
So you're saying the highway code would not allow having a traffic
I
light there?
think it'll be, it will need to have its own design consideration to put a signal so close to another signal.
Okay. So there's been a lot of conversation. The appellant had talked about additional intersection analysis, which is why I'm asking these questions, and the concern about the additional trip generation. So I am curious, in all of these discussions, has there been a conversation of a right turn only out of the garage or possibly making the street, any of the streets one way? Did that come up?
We did not discuss those as part of the development application, but those are viable solutions if there are any operational issues that we discover, but we're not seeing it. I think the option of making it right turn only is, the question is, why would we do that? I mean, what are we trying to avoid? I haven't had the chance to consider that. But to answer your question, no, we have not considered that. In our meeting with the residents, there was a one-way conversation, and the one-way conversations are always controversial.
Of course.
And it affects the whole dynamic of the whole area. So the one-way, this study, if we are to take on a one-way, it takes on the whole area to the 2-3 blocks around and see how it works, like what we've done to B Street and C and D.
Okay. No, I understand that. Thank you. In terms of the appeal, there was a difference, and this gets to Councilmember Kurtz's questions about trip generation. And as I read it, the difference was because each consultant used 2 different editions of the highway or whatever the code is that they used for trip generation. It has a fancy name. I don't remember it. So I was curious, what is the legal opinion? This is really a narrow question of which edition is the appropriate one to use, because the consultant provided by the applicant used edition 11, and then the person who reviewed the peer review used edition 10. So what's the difference using that or edition 3 or any of the other editions? Could you speak to that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mayor, but I can't speak to that. I have not advised on that issue.
Okay, so well, maybe the consultant can speak to that, because that is why the numbers were different between those.
Actually, it's written in the ordinance that the city traffic engineer has final say about the trip generation used. And actually, part of the process for the guidelines is before they go into calculation, they need to submit a trip generation memo. And in that trip generation memo, we approve the use of those numbers. And we particularly put in this condition in the trip generation, in the traffic impact fee analysis, that the traffic engineer has the final say, because the trip generation manual is 4 volumes, about this thick when it's printed. So it's about, honestly, it's over 1.5 feet long, thick. So there are different interpretations on whether you use it per square foot or per employee or per peak hour factor, and all of these different variables. So we wanted to end those discussions and say it's the city traffic engineer.
So are you saying that the adopted traffic standard says that we need to use edition 11, not edition 10?
It doesn't say specifically, it says the latest edition of the
latest edition, which is edition 11.
The latest edition of the traffic impact, the trip generation manual.
No, I bring that up because that was one of the key points that the appellant had was around that. So I wanted to have clarity around which edition. And then, and this might be a question, I don't know, maybe the applicant can answer it. So in terms of the parking, I understand that the parking is in excess of what is required for the project. In terms of visitors and vendors, will they be allowed to park there, or is it residents only? That was a concern that was mentioned.
Yeah, my understanding is they're assigned for residents, but maybe perhaps we could have the applicant confirm.
That was a specific concern by the appellant?
Yes, the plan is that vendors are going to be able to access that, although it is only for passenger vehicles, so there won't be large vans.
And visitors?
We hadn't addressed visitors, but it's not typical for a project to provide visitor parking like that.
Okay, thank you. And then the very last question I have, and this, Nira, I think is for you. So actually, you know what? We'll wait. I'll wait on this question. I'll wait to hear from the public and then we'll get to this one. Okay. Any additional questions from the council? Okay.
Yeah, actually, I had one question.
Yes,
So
go
as,
ahead.
as I was looking at the conditions to leverage the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual, there was one condition which was that the city understands that conducting new trip generation surveys may not be practical. I just want to make sure that the traffic engineer determined that conducting the survey was not practical before moving straight to the trip generation manual as the formulation.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, in our guidelines under the page 16 vehicle trips, it says that you could move forward with the trip generation manual as a reasonable alternative when local data is not available. So I just want to make sure that you conducted and determined that local data was not available. You did 3 unique locations to assess.
This comment was added to address uses that are not in the manual. That if we have a specialty learning center that is different, that doesn't have the trip generation manual numbers and rates published, that would, we would ask for local, to give us an equivalent in order to buy into that rate. And that's what this condition is there for. Page 16.
Do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, my reading is a little different. So what I'm reading here is this typically requires surveying a similar existing land use at 3 unique locations to quantify the number of daily, morning, midday, and evening peak period person vehicle trips generated. So my reading of that is that we would say that, is it reasonable to be able to collect that data or not? Is it practical before going to the ITE?
I think that it is meant to say that if the rate is not published, we would do verification of local. And it says the city understands that conducting new trip generation surveys may not be practical in all cases. So it's a special case that we would recommend collecting trip generation surveys. And that the latest Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual is a reasonable alternative when local data is not available. But if and in the Trip Generation Manual, every land use has the number of studies that were used to come up with that rate. So for example, if it's a gas station, there'll be 50 to 100 gas stations that were surveyed to come up with that published rate, and the published rate is an average. But if we go to wildcare, you're not going to find anything about wildcare in the Trip Generation Manual. You're going to find animal hospital, animal shelter, things, a combination that is not there. Or maybe wildcare is a bad example because there is a published rate, but it's volumes of. We have come across specialty centers that did not have a published rate, and for us to buy into the trip generation, because a lot is riding on the trip generation, we would ask for a local, and the local means regional usually, 3 studies of a similar land use to approve that trip generation rate.
Got it. So my reading of it is that you would just look at, say, 3 existing projects. Maybe I'm interpreting it wrong, but I would have thought that we're going to 3 existing projects and say, what are the daily uses in those projects, and be able to correlate what the in and out would be at the different times of day. That's how I read it. But what I'm hearing you say is that you're talking about defined objective rates for different parts of the region that this ITE manual contains?
If the published rate is not dependable, we would ask for a local traffic study. But in this case, apartments and land and commercial is all over the manual, and we have solid data to believe that the rate that was used is adequate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will move to public comment. And my sense is for some folks, this might be one of their first council meetings. So the way it works is that you can come down to the microphone. You'll have 2 minutes. There's a timer there. You can self-monitor. It'll show when your time is up. We ask that you give your name and where you live in San Rafael, but you don't have to and you're not required to. We'll take comments from the chambers, and then we'll probably end up taking a break until we take the virtual ones. But I will turn it over to the Madam City Clerk. Actually, you know what? How about if we just do the chambers and then we'll see what the time is, and then we'll probably take a break. So with that, and the last thing is, if there are questions that are asked, we make a note of them because sometimes people want to have the questions answered right there in their moment. We write them down and we gather all the questions and we ask them at the end of all the public comment. So with that, Mr. Sears.
Thank you, Council. I'm a general contractor, a residential apartment owner. In other words, I'm not against progress or anything like that. But my concerns align with Mr. Sadashri's legitimate and reasonable traffic safety concerns in his appeal. The city clearly has the authority to request design adjustments on the grounds of public health and safety, despite their denial that there are no objective standards. I visited Pasadena, the place of my birth, several years ago, and was impressed by the distinction of old and new sections of the city. I hope that the City Council will utilize the discretion that they have in making small and reasonable adjustments to the most consequential project in San Rafael's history. Since the startlingly obtrusive generic box rises from the crest of 4th Street, it will become apparent that the 2040 general plan and its downtown precise plans bookending, once exploited, changes everything for the worst. And it will be the legacy of this current council. For the council to claim it is helpless is false. If the council cannot grant the community the minor change of moving a garage entrance exit to East Street, it calls into question if residents can believe that their elected officials are acting in their best interests. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I have no problem with clapping. If you can restrain yourself, we'll be able to get to lots of public comment. But if not, go ahead. Joanne.
Good evening, Mayor Kate, City Council, Joanne Webster, CEO of the San Rafael Chamber. And on behalf of the Chamber Board, you may hear from some of them tonight. I'm here to show full and complete support of the 1515 4th Street mixed-use development. As many of you know, the Chamber represents 525 Marin County employers with 26,000 employees across 25 different industry sectors. Many of the businesses that we represent will be positively affected by the creation of this project, not only for business in downtown, but due to the fact that their employees can now call the place they call home in the community where they work. In addition, right now, we have so many vacant storefronts in downtown with little to no interest to fill them due to the fact that there are not enough people, there are not enough visitors coming regularly to the downtown core. A project like this brings people to downtown and it brings vibrancy. This project reimagines downtown and begins the transition of our downtown core into a thriving, people-oriented environment. Downtown works best when we have a balance of housing and active businesses, and you could see that many years ago with the Rafael Town Center. This site at 1515 4th Street is also a suitable site for a similar development. This is the first project as a result of the Downtown Precise Plan. Is it exactly what we envisioned? It will be a clear sign that San Rafael supports housing. It is housing friendly, and you're taking a lead to address our housing and our workforce crisis. It is also a message that San Rafael's merchants, their doors are open, and we want people to live and work here. These housing units will be filled with residents where they spend their days and evenings walking to our local shops, visiting our restaurants, and creating much needed more foot traffic. This, along with other projects like it, are exactly what our local businesses need right now to thrive today and in the future. We encourage you to deny the appeal and advance our vision for downtown San Rafael and allow this mixed-use environment with these critical new housing elements. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Glenn Dizon. I live in the west end of San Rafael, and just listening to you talk about traffic going in and traffic going out of this place, has anyone taken into consideration the preponderance of Amazon delivery trucks, UPS delivery trucks delivering to 162 people? I just want to know if that's been factored into your decisions and your information. Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, we'll write down the questions and ask them at the end.
Hi, I'm Neil Zimmerman. I live in the Forbes area. I just wanted to question 1 car per minute. I don't know, everybody drives, so that's not how traffic flows. So there's a lot of cars maybe in 5 minutes and then none for many minutes. So I just want to question that. But also I wanted to question safety concerns on Shaver Street, like have been brought up. It is a family-oriented neighborhood down there, and with Kane's Tires, I think there are going to be probably, kids and all kinds of people that are getting in and out of their cars, and with perhaps frustrated drivers caught in traffic, they might be a little bit more aggressive. So I thought that might want to be factored in. I think one of the solutions would be to decrease the units. That would decrease the cars, bring the building into compliance with the old 50-foot guidelines would be nice for everybody concerned. But anyway, thank you.
We will ask whether that's an option, given the state laws. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is George Huff, and I've lived in San Rafael for 50 years and near the subject property for the last about 30 plus years. And I have 2 hopes for tonight. One, that the project is allowed to move forward and is approved. And secondly, that the Warriors win and tie up the series. And since this latter is not controversial, I'd like to focus the rest of my time on the first. I love San Rafael. I've loved raising my family here. It's been a tremendous place to live for most of my life. But from a housing standpoint, it's been extremely problematic. I was just looking at some numbers, US Census numbers from the year 2000 to roughly 2021. San Rafael didn't grow at a 5% rate. It didn't grow at a 1% rate. It didn't grow at half of 1% rate. It grew at 0.3% over the last 20 years. And the last year of which we have data, we lost 400 residents. So San Rafael is an amazing place, but it definitely has a housing problem. And we need smart growth and smart housing, and we need to have a different paradigm. And I think this project does that. I think for a variety of reasons. One, its density. One, it's more environmentally friendly. It's also apartments are more affordable than single family homes. So when you compare it to traditional single family homes around San Rafael, this is a great way to get new people into our community. It's on a transportation corridor. We got the train. Be nice to get it more than half full. We've got buses. We've got some new bike lanes coming in. Having this right down in the downtown area, I think would be tremendous. And then some other folks have mentioned, and I think the biggest impact will be just adding to the vibrancy of both the regular downtown part of San Rafael, but the West End as well. Having more people down there visiting the businesses will just really continue to enliven the business. And lastly, this project meets the laws and zoning. So I would love to see it approved and built, and in the not too distant future, see some new
Thank you
people in San
comments.
Rafael.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name's Bruce Carlson. The Warriors are losing 38-43 right now. I live in the West End and walk and drive by the project and neighborhood on a daily basis, and look forward to the addition of walkable amenities that this project's going to provide. One thing that's not been discussed really, that and that is that this project is positioned to take advantage of public transportation and walkability. So a lot of the residents that are going to live downtown are going to be using public transit and walking and using the amenities of the area. And we did. I've lived here 30 years myself, and we do desperately need housing in the entire state, but in particular in this county. And I'd love to see my community be a leader in what we really need is urban redevelopment, where we can take advantage of all the public transit and urban amenities. And these projects are very, very difficult to execute, even after this is approved. It's an uphill battle all the way. So any delays or any minor changes, they're not minor, they cost hundreds of thousands of dollars and can sometimes prevent the execution of the project. And we need the housing. Anyway, and there's, very few sites in the county where this can be done. So anyway, I want this thing to pass. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name is David Hayden. I own Il Davide restaurant in San Rafael. And I'm speaking, I could say safely, I'm speaking on behalf of all the restaurateurs in San Rafael, that growth brings people to downtown. Growth brings revenue to downtown. Growth supports our businesses. I've been a restaurant owner for 36 years on or around 4th Street, maybe a couple blocks off of 4th Street for the last 27. And frankly, this place is dead. Okay, from 8 o'clock on, it's a ghost town. You go into Walnut Creek at 9 o'clock on a Friday night, and it's vibrant. It's popping. And I know there's a lot of complications, a lot of arguments about this development. If we don't see this development, this place is going to be a ghost town for a long time. And after Macy's left 20-something years ago, it's never gone back normal. And I want to see, if you think you want to go out to a nice restaurant in San Rafael, besides Il Davide, where do you go? Really, think of it. I live in San Rafael. I've been a resident all my life. I go to Larkspur. I go to Mill Valley, for a nice restaurant because, we don't have the support, and we want to make sure that we can stay and grow and have new restaurants come to San Rafael and new retail and businesses. And if we don't see development, and especially housing for my staff, it's going to be like Truckee, where the staff has to commute from Reno to get there because there's no housing, and Truckee's booming right now. And I want to see San Rafael do the same. So Mr. Monahan has done a great job, and I'm pro everything he does. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
Hi, my name is Will Beckman. I live on 5 Latham Street. And I just wanted to remind the council, at this point, the appeal is not about housing or these sort of high-minded things people are talking about. It's about the direct impacts that the ingress and egress on Shaver Street is going to have. So it's not about whether or not we build housing or not. It's the fact that, so many cars coming in and out of this little tiny street, which is very small. And the reason there might not be as many cars is because cars now have to basically stop as they pass each other on that street, if you're familiar with it. And I'd just like to go back to one number that was mentioned, which is that comparing the bank to this project, it was said that the West America Bank generated approximately 600 trips per day. And that's a very lightly used bank that was so lightly used it actually closed and was empty all the time. And you're saying there's 600 trips per day at that location. And then saying that an 8-story building with 162 units is going to generate approximately 800 trips per day. That sort of, That makes me think the whole thing is invalid, basically hearing those two numbers together. That doesn't add up at all. And so I want to put the focus back on the traffic and the parking and not on housing or no housing, right? At this point, that's not the debate. And so, yeah, the other thing is just with all that increased traffic, and I don't buy the 800 trips per day versus 600, right? If West America was generating 600, there's no way that this project is only going to generate 800. And that area through Latham is also a pedestrian path for lots of kids going from Sun Valley to Davidson School. And that's definitely going to be affected by all this traffic going through. So I think that's something we really need to consider. There's a lot of child traffic through there when they come to school.
Thank you, Will. Do you want to wrap up?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Hayden Ongaro. I work in San Rafael. I've spent my whole commercial real estate career, over 30 years, most of it in San Rafael. Spending a lot of time trying to revitalize downtown San Rafael, getting questions, why can't we get more retail people downtown? How come there's so many vacant places? And the only way to solve that is to create more traffic, more people coming to downtown. And yes, when you have a successful residential project, it will add traffic. If we were to get our nightclubs back going again and our theaters going, more people will be coming. That is a byproduct of a successful downtown, but I think it's a worthwhile trade-off. I think this is a great site for housing. If we're going to do housing, and we need to do housing, San Rafael residents have said we need housing. If we're going to do housing and we need housing, this is a great site. It's downtown. It's near transportation. It will help revitalize 4th Street, which many of us have wanted to see for 30 years. And so I just think this is a great project and a perfect location, and I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Hayden.
Hello, my name is Jay Cross. I'm a commercial real estate broker with a firm that's based in downtown, have been with Newmark downtown for the past 10 years. My family and I live about 3 miles west of this site, and we frequent downtown both on the weekends and at a night. I'm strongly in favor, in general, of urban infill development. It helps prevent suburban sprawl, helps protect open spaces. This particular development, I'm excited for the city of San Rafael if it gets approved. You've got a big goal in trying to produce 2,200 units as part of this downtown precise plan. But this one development will be an important first step, just a component of your great efforts to plan for the long term for downtown San Rafael and its vibrancy and viability. I believe this development will make an already pleasant neighborhood more livable, walkable, vibrant, and particularly safer. The more vibrant it is, the more people that are walking on the streets that live there will make it safer. I think this development will help improve the odds that downtown restaurants, cafes, bookstores, retailers don't just survive, but they thrive. I believe that when the development is completed and occupied, 4th Street becomes even more vibrant and inviting for residents and visitors. I also believe that the development will have a net positive effect on property values in the neighborhood, including the immediate neighborhood in the West End. I hope you'll vote to approve this development for San Rafael's increasingly bright future.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jennifer Dito. I live in the Forbes neighborhood. I walk downtown all the time with my kids and our mini strollers and our friends, and Love San Rafael, grew up in Marin, have been here for a long time, and pro-development. Super excited that San Rafael is slowly revitalizing. We've had really challenging years. Our lifestyles have changed. Our culture is changing. And I sort of question some of the aesthetics of the development, but I am pro-development. I do want to say that I am surprised I haven't heard anything about the significant impacts to the community character and the visual corridors. I can't wait for the AC Marriott to be finished because I want to go to the rooftop bar and look at Mount Tamalpais. It's an absolutely priceless view. It is a stunning, gorgeous mountain, and that's why people come here. We want people to keep coming here, and we don't want to go up to the top of that roof and all of a sudden see an enormous building competing with that glorious mountain, right? Because it's at the crest of the hill. It's going to look like 12 stories high. So, but I get that isn't why we're here, and that's not going to stop this development. And so I would, I'm definitely behind and encourage the evaluation and consideration of potentially making a right way turn out of the egress on Shaver Street. Your traffic depiction did not show that cars are parked on both sides of that street at all times. And you're going to run into a far worse situation than you have on G Street, where at the corner is Johnny's Donut and Red Dragon. That is a two-way street, and cars are literally stopped there because you can't get by. And it's turned into more of an arterial roadway than Shaver Street. And so you're gonna there's a problem there, and that was impacted by that. I think it was a 12-unit development that's really beautiful. And now this is like,
if you could wrap up, please.
Okay,
Jennifer.
yeah. So yes, encourage considering a one-way, making Shaver Street a one-way or a right turn only. That is a safe street for kids that are crossing to get to school each day. So thank you,
Jennifer.
Good evening. My name is Dave Mariottini of Gerstle Park. I'm a homeowner, and my original interest was just to come and listen and be involved. I was asked to read this from someone who couldn't be here tonight, a former mayor of Fairfax, Frank Egger. So I'll read this, and if I have a little more time, I'll speak to myself. The historic identity of our city's West End neighborhood has been one of little units tucked away, some older mansions, inclusion, and appropriate scale. The high-rises being constructed in downtown San Rafael are not only changing our skyline, they will eventually drive up rents in Gerstle Park and other West End neighborhoods. I urge you to draw the line at D Street for high-rises to the west. Please let us keep some semblance of the West End community. Thank you. Myself, I'm a parent of a child at Sun Valley. I love San Rafael. We've lived here 5.5 years. I'm all for development, Mr. Monahan. I think this is absolutely needed to what other people have said. We need to bring people to this amazing mission city that we all live and work in. The height of this building, a question I'd like you, Kate, to put down is, why is this not financially viable at a smaller level? Instead of 7 or 8 units. We saw the AC Marriott, and I'm too looking forward to being on the roof of the AC Marriott, but that looks like 5 levels. This looks like 8 levels or 7 levels. If we could bring it down a couple of levels, I think it would be just more to what Mr. Egger says, more in scale. And I think at the end, what I'd like to close with is I had a medical fellow who wanted to come live here. I brought him to the 2nd and B unit, beautiful unit that you made, Mr. Monahan. The day that I brought him, there was a couple of people on drugs sitting on a stairway to the entrance of the leasing office. Tonight, I think all of us in here need to spend more time discussing why that is preventing people from paying $3,500 to $4,600 a month in rent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Stuart Watson, and I live with my family in the Bret Harte neighborhood, my 2 young kids, my wife, Christine. I just want to enter in the record that I am unanimously in support of this measure and hope that you reject the appeal. And I'd also like to enter in the record that housing is good, actually. So the best way to make affordable housing is either create market rate housing today and then get in a time machine in 30 years when it becomes affordable. But we don't really have a time machine. So the red herring of attacking market rate housing is really disheartening. People who in all likelihood are being protected by Prop 13 taxes by those of whom that are more my age and more recent homeowners. It's pretty disheartening. And, you know, there's something called the Brandolini's Law, which is kind of a bull S asymmetry principle, which is it takes 10 times as much effort to refute bull S as it does to spout it. And so, you know, when it comes to building housing in the Bay Area, a lot of times things like shadows over parks, parking, some vacuous concept of safety that's hard to articulate falls into those territories. But what we can't measure are all the families that can't live here. They have to commute from miles away. The housing crisis is the everything problem. It makes it horrible for our middle class families and our lower income families. It makes it hard on homelessness, drug, crime, like a litany of issues. And I would just encourage you to consider and filing this driveway relocation assessment under the Brandolini's Law. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stuart.
Hi, my name's Catherine. I live in Fair Hills. I completely support Vikram and his appeal regarding the traffic impact that this building would have on the surrounding streets. With only one parking space per unit, extra cars will be clogging the West End. It's not just one car per unit, probably. Providing no parking for homeowners and probably business customers as well. Everyone I've spoken with is in support of housing being built at 1515 4th Street, but done properly with a maximum of 4 stories, which makes sense, but not this monstrosity, which would be double the height and tower awkwardly over 1 to 2 story buildings and businesses and homes. I doubt that this luxury apartment building of rentals, which provides only 13 affordable units, would be truly affordable for most workers, including the restaurants that were mentioned before. Nor would it remedy the homeless problem. Yes, we need to revitalize downtown San Rafael. I completely believe in that. Yes, we need truly affordable housing, but no, not a gargantuan 7-story building sledgehammered into the West End. As a constituent, I need to know that our voices count. Tonight, please override this approval. Please take a moment to reset. After such drastic changes from the pandemic, we need to get a true picture of the shifting transportation and housing needs. Please allow time for more study, resident input, and modifications. I implore you, the elected council of the city of San Rafael, to stand strong and let San Rafael be a city that sets the example of proper planning with sensitivity to the community's wishes. Don't let this building be a symbol of terrible planning. Don't let this building be a monument to greed in the guise of affordable housing. Please don't let this building be an embarrassing eyesore for the city of San Rafael. As our elected leaders, we need you to stand strong and do the right thing for the West End. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine.
Good evening. My name is Judith Bloomberg. I have been a resident of San Rafael for over 35 years. I also had a business directly in downtown for more than 20 years. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Marin Organizing Committee, which is made up of 15,000 Marin County residents and 24 institutional organizations. Given the need for housing in Marin County, and particularly in San Rafael, I have watched this downtown basically be dying, and it's heartbreaking. It really is. In addition, I have 2 children, adult children, who don't live here. My son moved to Seattle because it was more affordable to find a place to live. My daughter is a preschool teacher in San Francisco. This development, there is no such thing as perfection, but this development will provide much needed affordable housing in San Rafael. I understand the issues of traffic. I understand the issues of height, but we should not have the negative impacts affect whether or not this gets built. It needs to get built. The way we revitalize this downtown is to get people who live here, who actually live here. And this provides also affordable housing. So we strongly urge the City Council to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of this development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judith.
Hello, my name is David from, I live in the West End, and what I've heard here tonight is one commonality is no one's really seeming opposed to the idea of more housing. What I've listened to, it seems like a lot of the issue comes in the height of the building, safety. What I'm thinking here is that on Mr. Monahan's side, everything has been very by the law, it's very crafty, and certainly there's no arguing in that. I mean, apparently we're lucky not to have an 11-story building, you know, so right now I feel so lucky that it's like 8 stories or 7 stories. Okay, that being said, I could keep arguing, hey, no big deal. You know, we need all the safety and all that, but apparently I think all the people that are going to be moving in, so I can solve that whole traffic safety, it's going to be young professionals. They're not going to have cars because they're all going to take public transportation. So therefore, all of a sudden, we don't have to think about safety or anything. And quite contrast, the issue I do have is I don't think much thought has been given to 162 units. How many parking spaces? I think 116. Where are all these cars going to park? And that's not even saying when people come in for commerce and such. So I really wonder what is the big plan there. So I think there's a lot of fault there. On top of that, back to the height of the building, I'm just kind of curious where that comes in. At some point, there should be some given thought to what is going to look aesthetically pleasing. And it'd be nice if some more thought was put there. Other than that, I just wish there was more thought overall in this plan. Just trying to think if I have anything else to say with my 9 seconds. Here we go. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, David.
Hi, I'm Nicholas Tuosto, and I live in the Lincoln Hill neighborhood. I sent a letter today, and it looks like several people have already mentioned the concerns I have about the traffic, safety to pedestrians and bicyclists. But in particular, and I'll repeat this even though other people have said it, it's the size and scale of this building just being completely inappropriate for that area. And it's disturbing to me to see buildings of this size, like anywhere. You know, the Marriott, I just walked past it on my way here. That's only 5 stories, and that's enormous. And you're going to put another 3 stories on top of that on an area that has just 1-story buildings all around it. It isn't right. And to people who think that this is going to be affordable housing in the long term, they're mistaken. Very much mistaken. You can look at what happens in San Francisco and other cities that have done this. It just ends up going way up over time. That's just the way rentals are. So definitely, I'm requesting that you lower the height of this building. What I'd really like to see, and I don't know if anybody here knows how to do it, but it's to get something on the ballot that limits all buildings to 4 stories, all residential buildings. We don't want San Rafael becoming a big city. I forgot to mention at the beginning, or did I say that I've been here 30 years, over 30 years now, and I'd really like it to not get any worse than it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Rich. I am a San Rafael resident.
I've been living in the city for almost 45 years. First of all, I got to tell you how disappointed I have been with what's happened to downtown San Rafael. It's like a blight now. I live here. I don't want to come to downtown San Rafael. I think this project would be a major benefit to get some life back into the downtown area. And so I am all for the project going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
My name is Joe McCallum. I'm here on behalf of the San Rafael Chamber of Commerce, where I serve as a board member and I chair the Economic Development Committee. As you know, the Chamber represents nearly 525 Marin County employers with over 26,000 employees across 25 industry sectors. I'm here today to express our support for the 1515 4th Street mixed-use development. The creation of housing continues to be a top priority for the San Rafael Chamber. Given our high cost of living, our local employers regularly identify housing availability as their main concern as they attempt to recruit and retain employees. We need to add to our local housing supply in a meaningful way. The redevelopment proposal at 1515 4th Street will replace a vacant former bank building with 162 new apartments. These housing units will be filled with residents who spend their days and evenings walking to local restaurants, shopping at our stores, and creating more foot traffic along 4th Street and beyond. Businesses that formerly relied on foot traffic from employees in full offices are welcoming to new residents living and working in the downtown core. This, along with projects like it, are exactly what our local businesses need to thrive today and into the future. The San Rafael Chamber encourages you to approve the 1515 4th Street proposal to advance our vision for downtown San Rafael as a mixed-use environment with these critical new housing units. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Joe.
I don't like to speak.
Can you pull that down? It's hard to hear you. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
and I especially don't like microphones, but
Oh, I know, but it helps
I
us to hear you.
don't like to speak in public. I am a neighbor who lives on Latham Street. I've been there for 32 years. We're going to be up on 33 pretty quick here. I could regale you with things like the previous guy who just tells you stories about what he wants and whatever. I have very specific concerns. Your trip generation situation, the whole thing, they only looked at 2 intersections. No, not enough. And when he based it on the specific things on 4th and E has absolutely nothing to do with where they've put the traffic coming in and out. So please reassess that. That's the first question. The second one is nobody has looked at bike lanes. You guys are talking about it's close to public transportation. It's easy to get around. I can tell you, I have lived on Latham for 32 years, and there's bicycles that go down, up and down that street in the morning early, children going to Sun Valley or going the other direction, going to Davidson. It's every day. Did you guys measure that? Did you guys look at that anywhere? Is that in any assessment that you've had anything to do with? I doubt it. So I need you to look at what your traffic assessments actually looked at, because they only looked at 4th Street and E. And now he's saying, oh, wait, this man contradicted himself. And I don't remember your name, I'm sorry, but the planning commission guy, because he purposefully said they changed the lights down at 3rd and Shaver to be not, they're not timed properly so that people don't go through that route. I'd like you to really look at what that really did. I go through that route all the time. I'm a business owner. I go early in the morning. I go all the way over. I bought Muffin Mania. I can't make it through that light. I live on Latham. I'm just trying to get to work. There are frequently 3 and 4 cars blocking the way, trying to turn right there. I don't think you guys did an assessment at that intersection, and I'd really like to ask that you do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Carol Page. This appeal is a courteous and reasonable request to mitigate the impacts of this proposal so it can be welcomed by its neighbors. The zoning designations were put on this site before state density bonus laws were enacted. The precise plan envisioned the site as transitional. There is a statewide January 2024 deadline to adopt a final neighborhood plan. If this council determined to allocate density differently, you can. The legislature handed you a mandate, but they did not tell you where to site projects. That choice is at your discretion. So, do you review objective designation standards to enhance developments, or do you support detrimental projects that earn pushback against housing and you? In the Planning Commission video released this morning, it was hard to distinguish whether some commenters were talking about a housing project or a profit-making enterprise for themselves. The video adds objective, factual, procedural, legally substantive reasons for this project to be revised, not approved. The information is attributable to the project and supports this appeal. You are not being asked to stop the project. You are in the court of public opinion, and the West End is a test case. This decision is discretionary, and it is yours to make, council members. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Good evening, everyone. Vicki Sievers. I've lived 6 blocks from the site of this project for 42 years. And while I share some of the protests with regard to scale and aesthetics, I really came tonight to say how greatly I admire the response of the neighbor that the neighbors have made. Acknowledging housing needs, they have not opposed the whole project. Their tone has been respectful, tactful, genuine, intelligent, reasoned. Their concerns are critical and justifiable. They raised funds for a professional traffic report to responsibly address the greatest of those concerns, that the city's traffic report may have significantly underestimated the traffic impacts of the project. The full length of Narrow Shaver was a piece of my evening commute for 26 years and always an obstacle course. With its parking on both sides and two-way traffic, it was sometimes almost impassable. This project, as currently designed, jeopardizes safety. Fortunately, it can still be revised before it leads to inevitable injury and prompts fierce opposition to future needed projects. And may I add, doesn't Washington, D.C. have a 4-story height limit? And what an attractive, thriving city that is. Thanks.
Thank you, Vicki.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Colin. My name is Noah Reichman. I'm a resident homeowner, and I'm here today because I want a vibrant downtown and West End, and I'm not seeing that. And I'm part of the new generation of residents, and I think I think housing is the solution, and I think even the appellate said that housing is crucial here for downtown. I hear concerns about size and traffic, and I would say that this type of project is similar to other projects in the Bay Area in terms of scope. And then in terms of traffic, I think I would argue that the resident or a tenant at this property would most likely be a young professional. And that dynamic has changed. People are working from home remotely. I work in the city, and we see downtown, there's maybe 50% people going to the office. So traffic, I think the concern of traffic is maybe a little bit overblown. And I really support this project because I think the net positive impact to downtown is greatly needed. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Noah.
Hi, I'm Susan Bradford. I've lived in the West End for 45 years. I raised my child here, and I had a retail store at 1564th Street for 14 years. I know the West End well. Regarding the appeal traffic report, I wholeheartedly agree with the findings about traffic safety in this area. I have one question. Why is the public notice prior to the meeting that was sent out saying subject resolution denying an appeal and affirming the Planning Commission action, recommended action, adopt resolution? How does this lend itself to an open and fair appeal? And I contest actually the housing needs as a false narrative. California and Marin have declining populations, and California is the #1 state in which people are leaving in the whole United States. It's lost 500,000 people. The Bay Area has lost 250,000 people, and Marin has lost 6,600 people between mid-July 21 and 22. I want to also mention that most of the working couples and families that would possibly live in this structure, although we would love to imagine that they just use public service and transportation and bicycles, probably won't, and will have 2 cars so that they can get themselves to work. So where does that extra 162 cars from this unit that have no place to park underneath, where do they park in the neighborhood? I do have to disagree with David from Il Davide. I actually went and spoke to one of his employees, and I asked him if he would be able to afford on his salary to live in that housing. And he said, clearly, there is no way on his salary that he could live there.
Thank you. If you could wrap up, Susan.
Darn. Okay. So, council members, you're elected, and we're asking you to protect your constituents. Your hands are not tied. I challenge you to find your political will and postpone this decision and put this on hold for further review. Please do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Hi there. My name is Bill Dittman, and I live on Elizabeth Way almost to Ridgewood. So I've lived here at that location for 40 years, and then for another 10 years I lived over on the other side of Santa Fe Hill. I want to say that I support this project to the extent that the architecture fits in with the neighborhood, and that's my big problem. And I agree with the parking issue and all of that. But what I really want to talk about is that I've shopped on 4th Street in West End for all the time that I've lived here. I'm very happy that I can go into the Mayflower pub, so I disagree with David about that. And the other restaurants in town, I tend to like shopping at small businesses. And I'm a loyal customer at West End Nursery. But the thing that I notice is that if I know the city either owns or leases land that's next to United Liquor. And I know that there's a very, very large parking lot in front of the, I can't think of the name of the electronics store right now. But what I'd like to see the city do, and this is where I come right out of left field, I would like to see the city council and the city staff be more proactive and in terms of the actual land underneath the property. I know that if a trust, and I read about it in the IJ, if the city had a trust, a housing trust, that it would be possible to allot land for nonprofit developers. This is definitely nonprofit. I did the math on this, and I could build this thing, quote unquote.
Bill, if you could finish, you could wrap it up, that would be great.
At the $600 rate for $22 million. And I know that They plan to make a lot more money than that on it, and that would actually include the cost of parking. So anyway, I would encourage you very strongly to take a more proactive view in terms of land ownership.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name's Donnie O'Ryan. I live at 1 Latham Street, which is right on the corner behind the bakery at 117 Shaver. This has been my neighborhood for over 50 years, so I've seen a lot of comings and goings and changes. I am pro-housing. I think housing is really important. That is not my argument tonight. My argument tonight is safety, and it's the safety of those 20 children that ride to and from school every single day, in the morning and in the evening. I am here to also point out some of the physical realities. Shaver Street at the driveway of Kane's Tires is 29 feet, 8 inches wide. It's not even 30 feet wide. E Street, on the other hand, is 40 feet, 2 inches wide. So you've got a 10-foot difference there that I believe would create a safer environment for cars to enter and exit. I had a lovely conversation with Jeff and Rafat. We spoke actually for 2.5 hours the other day, and we discussed the driveways on E Street. There are 2 driveways there now. Rafat was thinking that it would be too narrow to put 2 driveways there, but there's 2 driveways there right now. And if the excavation could happen so that a ramp would take up some of the parking spaces, I think that would be a fair trade to put 2 driveways on E with a ramp inside so that there could still be 2 levels of parking, but there would be fewer parking places. I just think the safety is not worth it. This is going to be creating danger for those children. And the instance with the distance between 2nd and 3rd Street doesn't actually take 3 cars. It takes 2.5, because I've been the 3rd car trying to get through that intersection, and the light has changed and my tail end has been dragging out into 3rd Street and oncoming traffic. So that's an extremely unsafe little tiny block, whereas 3rd Street between 2nd and 3rd Street can handle 20 cars. That's a huge difference. And if people are exiting and they're waiting for a signal, I think they'd rather wait where they could be safely housed on the street, waiting for a proper signal. The infrastructure on E Street has 0 houses between 3rd and 4th Street. There's 1 parking lot that comes out onto their, oh, excuse me, there's 2. There's the School Street.
You could wrap up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I wanted to make a point about the AMG traffic. How can it be objective? He's working for the client.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Joe Uzarski. I live with Donnie at 1 Latham Street. We've lived there for many years, as she said we have. I'm a structural engineer, and I've been a structural engineer since like 1980. And I know for sure, without a doubt, that you could structurally build an entrance onto E Street. That it might be convenient to be on Shaver Street, but it's not a necessity. It might cost a little bit more money, but that's, this is a long-term project. So there is no reason from a structural standpoint why you could not put an entrance to that building on E Street. So that's really all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
Good evening. My name is Bella, and I live in the Laurel Street neighborhood. I am a public school teacher and part of a union right now, currently fighting for a living wage. I have lived in several apartment housing developments in San Rafael, C Street and 3rd, Rafael Town Center. It was all I could afford at the time, and they were so small. And I could not wait to move into a house for more living space, more green space, to own pets, to have just more personal space. I understand all the local business owners really want this development, but my question is, do they pay a living wage so that their workers can move into a site like this? That is just something perhaps to consider. I also question whether the developers, Mr. Monahan, who is developing so many projects in San Rafael, and his professionals would be interested in purchasing a unit in this development and living in it. Think about that. And I'm also wondering, just thinking about all these units that are being developed and around the city right now, has the city done their research on the occupancy of all these recent developments? Because of the ones that I've lived in, I would say they were 50–60% full. They were overpriced most of the time. I support the neighbors, the scale of the project, the safety of the project. I feel there is too much development in this city. I opposed the Marriott Hotel. I would never go to the rooftop deck ever in my life, even though it's probably going to be beautiful. Boycott. First of all, elected leaders, you have a job to do to support your resident constituents. Please consider your campaign commitments. Our vote has power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bella. Hi, my name is Susan Adler, and I am a resident of San Rafael, have been for 28 years. I'm a business owner and homeowner next to Boyd Park, Laurel Place, and I am 100% opposed to this project in its current form and in support of the appeal. I'd like to say that one thing that does concern me regarding this traffic study is that while we are talking about the impact in the immediate neighborhood, which I think is significant and most important, what we're not talking about is the impact in the outlying neighborhoods. For instance, we're assuming these residents going to Highway 101 and coming home at night would be taking certain routes, but we can't confirm that. So how are we in these neighborhoods that are immediately adjacent going to be impacted? For instance, on Laurel Place, where I live, when my children were born, maybe 2 cars a day came down the road. In 2005, they could have a lemonade stand out front with our dog, and I didn't worry, and I was a helicopter mom. Recently, in 2017, my car was hit by a speeding car coming through the neighborhood, totaled, and in excess of $50,000 damage done to my house. This is a safety issue beyond the monetary impact of that accident, but any Friday afternoon when people are upset and trying to get in and out of San Rafael, they use our neighborhood as a thoroughfare, making it dangerous to even simply get into and out of our own cars. And it must be the same for residents in the Gerstle neighborhood and other outlying areas. While these residents are looking to get to work and home from work, what routes will they be taking and how will they impact all of us who really love San Rafael, put our hearts, our souls, and have our businesses here? How are we impacted by this new development? I'm asking you to pause, reconsider. We can do better for San Rafael. We can have housing that is beautiful, sustainable, and less impactful to our city. Thank you. Thank you, Susan.
Hello, my name is Mary Tamburo, and I live in the Terra Linda neighborhood. I also am a member of Marin Society of Artists, which is located at 1515 3rd Street. And I'm speaking from an individual sense, not on behalf of the organization, because they're taking a neutral stance on this, and I respect that. I'd like to state my support for the appeal. For the reasons that the residents that live close where this development is taking place, they know the area best, and I do urge that you please take their considerations into your decision to accept the appeal or deny it. I would also like to mirror the concerns about the look and the scale of the development. I know that the state density laws are tying your hands to a certain extent on this, but I would urge you to please sue the state so that we can have some better control over our neighborhoods and stand up for your constituents, of which I am one. I do I can understand where Mr. Hurd is coming from about 30 years of pushback to development, and this is the result. I strongly disagree that this is the solution. I appreciate Monahan Pacific and their development. I know it takes a lot of money and a lot of time to make a project of this size. I would like to see us take stock of the vacant storefronts that are downtown and possibly move this development directly into the middle of downtown. There's some way to do that. We have, it just takes money and desire. So let's put our heads together and figure out a better place for development of this size, not on the west end, because it's just out of scale for that neighborhood. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. It's great to see you all. So I wanted to make two points tonight. One, I think it's really important to call out the complexity of these developments. Saying we should move this down the street or move an entrance, there's a lot of complexity around these types of adjustments, which is frankly why we haven't seen a lot of development in areas like downtown San Rafael for many, many years. And so saying moving something or just adjusting it, it's not really that small of a thing to do. It might make the building taller, which doesn't seem to resonate well with the community. And I think it's important to think about all the different angles and things that happen to construct a building like this. We have a really bad homeless problem in downtown San Rafael. Economic development will bring more people, more businesses. It'll just spur a lot of growth in the area that will kind of eliminate a lot of the issues that we've been seeing lately. So I just wanted to say I'm very pro this development. This team has a very strong track record here and really appreciate your consideration.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, I'm Sangeeta Moscow. I've lived in Sun Valley, my own home, for 50 years. And we do have a California law. We do need more housing. But the California law doesn't say that we have to have buildings of inappropriate size, inappropriate location, and inappropriate reason for being there. We could have like 2, 3, 4-story buildings throughout, spread out, so there wouldn't be such a huge amount of traffic in one place. The other thing no one's mentioned here is that I have been renting out my house for many years, and I'm not going to do it ever again because the county does no protection for landlords. I had a guy living in my house for 5 months without paying rent. I gave him an eviction. I had a lawyer. The civic center would not accept my eviction lawyer's papers. So there's no protection. So I'm not going to rent. In my neighborhood in Sun Valley, almost every house has 1 or 2 people. There are a lot of older people like myself whose children have left who would rent and gladly rent if they had some sort of security. And I don't think that we have no legal security. So that's another issue that hasn't been brought up. It's not exactly related to this, but we can have more livable solutions, which means that it's going to be a terrible traffic problem, with this. We know that. It's going to be a mess. And we could actually what's wrong with a 3-story building downtown or in 5 places?
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Susan Wilkinson. I'm a 3rd-generation San Rafaelian. So my family's come back since the 1800s. And the problem I have with this, I agree, we need more housing. I am all for more housing. 8 stories. I walked down 4th Street yesterday, and I'm looking around, and the next biggest building is 3 stories. And you're talking 5 stories higher than that. It just seems just so out of character and not the small town feel that I think San Rafael deserves. The other piece is, again, they always use the term affordable housing. That looks really good on paper, but I'm a teacher. All the people that I work with, none of them could afford to live in your building. And I find that really offensive that you call it affordable when people that are doing down and dirty work with your children, and I work with kids with special needs, and it's hard work, and we work hard, and we get paid an okay salary. But a lot of the paraeducators, our custodians, all those people could not afford to live there. And that's my issue. It's like, then really make them affordable, and then we can talk. But at this point, 8 stories in the highest part of 4th Street is ridiculous. And that's why I'm opposed to it. If it was 5, I would even suck it up and go with 5. But at this point, 8 is just absurd. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. All right. Is there anyone else in the chambers that would like to comment? Okay.
I don't have anything prepared.
Wait, come all the way up. There you
I
go.
don't have anything prepared. I usually do. I've been in front of all of you guys too many times. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing. And I realize how difficult a job you have because you have all these books and codes and numbers and so forth that you have to follow. But what I'm missing is the logic behind the thinking that if we have more people, we're going to have better business and more revenue. Because I've been in San Rafael as a homeowner for 45 years, and when I first moved in, the town was thriving. And there were many, many fewer people in San Rafael at that point in time than there are now. I think it has a lot to do with the kinds of business that we do have. I mean, if David's going to other towns to eat, he's not supporting our local restaurants. He eats at his own, and I understand why, because it's really great food, but it has to be, thought through. It really does. And our town is just a wonderful place, but this isn't going to help. I'm totally in favor of what he's doing. And I don't know, I don't think we need more people. I know people need housing, but this is not an affordable housing situation. And those folks who need it, the people who sell you stuff at Home Depot for your homes, your beautiful homes, or, take care of your kids, the teachers, or check your groceries at Safeway, they can't live here. And they should be able to, because they're commuting from far away and spending most of their income on gasoline and car maintenance. It's crazy. And they have no time to be at home with their families. So it all falls down from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, my name is Jonathan. And at this point, I think, everything that could be, people have gone through all the things that could be said. But what I would like to come up here and say is this many people getting together to solve a similar problem, like we're all trying to work together for this issue, should be like applauded. Like this is an effort by all of us. And I would hate to see a project I want, okay, we need housing. We need more of it. I am absolutely for that. I would hate to see it be a problem for the development team because of the things that these residents are saying. I am a resident. I live on Latham. This isn't something that's like, oh, the old people don't want housing. Some of them do. I actually very much agree with all the people who say they don't want it. I don't want it to be tall. I don't want this much more traffic in my neighborhood. Come on, let's be real. But I would really hate, what I would hate even more than that, right, is I would hate to see a development with this much pull and effort be put under by the things that these residents, I live here, are discussing. I would really hate for this little tiny, it's not that small of a detail to be fair, but I would hate for these issues to actually not be addressed. And then look, I'm planning on living here in 20 years. So I will see this. And I would love to be held accountable and to hold everyone here accountable for this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Anybody else in the chambers? Okay. So you've already spoken, Mr. Sears. So, no, you know what? You can email us. You can let the city clerk know as part of the public record. So what we'll do is we'll go to virtual after we take a break, but some of you I know might leave. So I'm just going to do a quick shout out to subscribe to Snapshot. If you don't already, we'll be talking about the economic strategic plan next Monday. And that came up a lot. So that's just a good way to know what's going on in San Rafael. So we'll take a, what time is it? Sorry. It looks like 2 o'clock. Let's take, what? Okay, let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and we'll resume public comment through the virtual realm. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Thank you for that. It's a long time for everyone to be sitting, so appreciate having a break. And we will now turn to the city clerk, who will describe how people can participate online.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. If you are participating on Zoom, you can use the raise hand feature, or if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand. You'll need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Everyone will have 2 minutes to provide public comment, and they will be muted once time has elapsed. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Martha, and I've lived in San Rafael for over 20 years. I've been an environmental scientist for several decades, and I like data, good data. My main focus is the baseline traffic data that AMG collected for this project. Unfortunately, they only looked at 2 intersections, and I suggest that AMG includes evaluating traffic data at all 4 intersections. But more importantly, I read the AMG report, and it turns out that the AMG personnel collected traffic information only on one day, November 3rd, 2022. Normally, traffic data is usually collected with portable sensors that are attached to the road and record traffic data anywhere from 2 to 14 days. Again, according to AMG, they only collected data for that one date where they were physically present. Then they used this very limited data to make the assumption that there would be over 800 daily trips and add the 60 new trips in the morning and 61 new trips in the afternoon. So we really don't know what the real baseline is like. I have to say, I agree with Will, one of the speakers, that the city really needs to take a pause, go back and get the correct data, and provide a safe San Rafael. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha.
Hi, am I live?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Andrea, and I've been a Gristle Park resident since 2014. And I'm familiar with Shaver Street both as a driver and then also as a pedestrian. And my children are also quite familiar with it, given that they love Johnny's Donuts. And here in Gristle Park, I live within 500 feet of a large apartment complex, 215 Bayview Street. I believe it has at least 90 units. So it's a large apartment complex surrounded by single family homes. And for those of you that are not familiar with Bayview, it is the street in Gristle Park where you have both car traffic, pedestrian traffic, and bike traffic because it has the light at D in Bayview. And it is also on the route from Sun Valley to Davidson. And then the short school is also at the corner of Marin and Bayview. And so we have all of that traffic and we have a large apartment complex. And for us here in Gristle Park, it's day to day, and we've adjusted and we live with it. And it's a long way of saying that, change can be scary, but also the housing crisis and, being able to revitalize our downtown are very important. And so it may be that some of the fears do not come to fruition, and that I think, as the city staff have articulated, they have tools in their tool belt to help address issues that may come up. And so for that reason, I urge the city council to deny the appeal and approve the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Silva with the Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative, and we advocate for projects that advance affordable housing, environmental integrity, and social justice. And we urge you to support this project. This is the type of project that San Rafael and Marin County needs to solve its housing crisis, reduce car dependency, and greenhouse emissions. It's in a walkable area, and many residents will likely take transit, and many others will have much shorter commutes. It will help revitalize the downtown. This is the change we need. For decades, Marin has fought virtually all housing from being built. We have conflated fighting housing with environmental activism. The complaints surrounding this project tonight are not unique. Every single housing project in Marin raises the same set of issues. Last week, I attended the appeal at the 20-unit, 4-story Magnolia Village project in Larkspur. The exact same set of worries were raised. It's too tall, too dense, too much traffic, inappropriate for the area, and will harm the character. These same worries have stopped most proposed projects in Marin. We have the lowest per capita housing production in the Bay Area, and we have for decades. This has resulted in skyrocketing housing prices and pushing the workforce out of Marin. 40% of our greenhouse emissions come from cars, and this is the direct result of our refusal to build. We need a paradigm change. We need to embrace housing and look for reasons to build, not the reasons not to build. As has been mentioned, state laws require that we move the project forward, but we would love to see the City Council do more than say the state made us do it. We would like to see San Rafael embrace the project and say, this is good for San Rafael, this is good for Marin, we want to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Hi, am I live?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Vicki Masseria, and I am here on behalf of the San Rafael Chamber of Commerce, where I serve as a board member and as a member of the Chamber's Government Affairs Committee. I'm also a 33-year resident of San Rafael, and my husband and I are both retired from management careers with San Rafael nonprofits. I'm here this evening to express strong support for the 1515 4th Street mixed-use development. Creating workforce housing has been at the top of the Chamber's priority list for several years now. The downtown corridor is in desperate need of a boost in activity, and the creation of 162 units in this former bank location provides a viable solution. I know this area well as I serve as a volunteer at Bloom, a San Rafael nonprofit that sits in the next block. This infusion of people energy in the West End will not only benefit our local employers, but also as the community as a whole. This development will stimulate our downtown with new residents who will create more foot traffic on 4th Street, eat at our restaurants, shop at our retail establishments, and use local transportation. The San Rafael Chamber urges you to approve the 1515 4th Street proposal in order to advance the city's idea for downtown San Rafael as a mixed-use environment with these critically needed new housing units. Let's act in favor of revitalizing the activity in our downtown corridor while nurturing a sense of community and neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vicki.
Good evening. This is Bill Carney. I'm president of Sustainable San Rafael. We support this development and request your denial of this appeal. We sent in a letter with our rationale, and you'll see in that many of the reasons that you've heard this evening. That letter is signed by a board member who lives in the West End on 4th Street, a few blocks away from the project. We do think that the constraints placed on the city's design review process by the developer's ample use of state concessions and bonuses point to the need for the city to reevaluate how its, quote, objective design standards can be strengthened to lead to improved designs for future buildings. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Bill.
We're ready for you.
Am I speaking?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Hi, my name is Melinda, and I live in Sun Valley, where I've lived for about 12 years. And I just want to, lots been said tonight, and I would just like to say that I very much support adding housing to San Rafael. I think that this project is a bit out of scale with the surrounding neighborhood and what makes West End so charming. It is a transitional part of the neighborhood, part of San Rafael, and I feel that this building is out of scale and its location is very prominent. I'm also really concerned about the safety of the children who ride their bikes and walk to and from the Sun Valley area to Davidson and back. I have children who will be doing that very soon, and our route is to take Latham Street. So I would ask that you take into consideration everybody's concerns about the safety and the traffic, and just have that consideration for all your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Bill Smith. I guess I'm heard. I have three questions, which I will have to read here. First of all, what accommodations have been made for the popular public transportations of Uber and Lyft? How are those cars going to pick up and deposit residents that might live in this facility? They'd have to use 4th Street. Certainly couldn't use any of the others. Second of all, what provisions have been made for utility vehicles and such as moving vans and UPS and other delivery vehicles, which will be very popular in that area with that number of people concentrated in a small facility. Thirdly, what is the ratio of single family homes to rental facilities, especially in the development realm? In other words, how many rental units have been built in San Rafael versus single family homes? And is that the direction that you really wish to carry a residential area in, or are we going to simply be a transitional area where people come and go and really don't ever set roots in the town? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Bob, we're ready for you.
Oh, thank you. My name is Bob Pandoli. I'm a San Rafael resident and a member of MEC, the Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative. I'm calling to urge you to uphold the Planning Commission's decision. The proposed height and density of the project are important environmental benefits. This footprint will be lighter on the land and use less resources, including water and energy, than would a lower density design. This project will have a tiny fraction of the environmental impact that would result from 162 single-family homes, for example. This project is mostly market rate housing, and that's a good thing. Market rate housing helps to reduce the overall housing crisis in California. But that said, the Marin Environmental Housing Collaborative is particularly pleased that this project will include 13 apartments that are affordable to very low-income households. Very low-income households are the neediest and the most difficult to serve with affordable housing. But to that end, we'd point out that the developer is going to get significant benefit from the Downtown Precise Plan, the Housing Accountability Act, and SB 35, among other legal incentives, all of which we support. But we think that in return, Monahan Pacific should offer 3 more of the 162 units at affordable rents to meet the minimum 10% inclusionary requirement that's in the San Rafael Code. We strongly urge you to approve the mixed-use proposal at 1515 4th Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Hi. Okay. Hi, my name's Nancy Coster, and I live in the West End neighborhood for a little over 20 years now. And I first want to thank the other neighbors who went ahead with this appeal and the issues and bringing up the issues about the traffic and where the parking should go, and the entryways to the parking lots. I think you've heard a lot of very good reasons why it should shift to E Street from Schaefer that could be addressed by the developer. I also would like to also address the issue of the height at that location. A lot of us are not opposed to housing, but a building 7 to 8 stories overlooking 1 to 2 story residential homes and all the buildings there is inappropriate. Someplace down towards more like the Macy's building, the old Macy's in downtown, is where a building of this size would be more appropriate. The builders even called this the gateway to the West End. Well, the West End is the only area of San Rafael that has a neighborhood feel, and people actually go to it. My neighbors and I go down and visit the different restaurants, etc. Whereas it's not downtown. This is the entry to the West End, which is a neighborhood area. Downtown is where a large 7, 8 story building should be placed. And just from what I'm learning about the new height restrictions, I have a feeling that the building that is going to go into Macy's is going to be 10 to 12 stories. And I think the San Rafael City Council needs to look at what our vision is for the city. Is it just going to be a bunch of apartments and we're going to look like the East Bay or the South Bay, or are we going to try and have some charm for downtown, which we all want to see as vibrant and a place we want to go?
Thank you, Nancy.
Yes.
It is. How are you going to talk?
Go ahead. We can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. A lot of the things I've been hearing, or at least from Mr. Monahan's side of things, is all these studies have gone into supposedly the way Schaefer Street's going to work or not work. To me, anytime you build anything new, of course, there's going to be an impact. I'm sure some will be positive and some will be negative. And I think it's really hard to weigh out what are the negative impacts as far as studies go, because all of a sudden you're really trying to study 162 new residences and what are their behaviors like? Who are they? What are they going to do? When are they going to leave? In today's age, so much things have begun to change. A lot of people work from home, so maybe there won't be as much impact. Then again, maybe people will have 2 people living in each place and maybe there'll be 2 cars per unit. Kind of curious where all the parking's going to end up going. And I haven't heard enough of that. It just seems like 116 spaces for 162 people doesn't really add up. I would love to see more studies involved in that, because what I'm experiencing now is already there's hardly any place to park around this whole West End part. People are always trying to, find that. Another part that's disconcerting was, I believe, which is tricky, I think. They created 13 spaces for low-income housing, which granted them 40 new residences. Well, obviously, they're going to be able to recoup their money with the 40 new residences. But I think what would have been fair to show good heart and good faith would have been, once you gained 40 new residences, because you granted 13 low-income, half of those should have gone towards more low-income housing. I just find that very disconcerting in general. And I'd like that to even be looked in more to actually help people that we're trying to help. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, am I live?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Carol Parks, and I'm here on behalf of the San Rafael Chamber of Commerce. I serve as the chair of the board of directors, and I'm speaking in support of the 1550 project, which is desperately needed for our downtown corridor and the businesses. As you all know, the chamber's been very active to bring more housing and workforce housing to the city. And in fact, as has been mentioned previously, through the years of collaborative effort, the city of San Rafael adopted its forward-looking downtown precise plan in 2021. And the San Rafael Chamber was part of a diverse cross-section of local stakeholders who actively participated in this meticulous 2-year planning and engagement process to shape the future of our downtown. Overall, the precise plan seeks to advance the city's goals, such as increasing housing diversity and equity, improving walkability and transportation choices, and advancing resiliency to climate change. The key theme of this vision is to transition our downtown core into a thriving, people-oriented environment. Without question, the driving factor to implement this vision is the creation of new housing within the downtown. This project will help achieve that goal, and I urge the City Council to support this project and to reject the appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol.
I see no other hands raised, and I'll give everyone a moment. I see no further public comment.
Thank you. I will close the public comment and bring it back. I think I have like a dozen questions, so I can do them one by one. I can quickly read them all, however you want to, whatever is easiest. How would you like to have your questions served up?
I'll ask Rafat since he's been getting a lot of the questions.
Okay.
Just give us your questions.
Okay. Well, we'll just work through them one by one.
Yeah.
And some of these are combining several of the similar questions that we heard or comments. What is the discretion that the council has?
I think it would be good to actually pull nearer into the conversations. I gave background on the State Density Bonus Law and Housing Accountability Act, but
I think that's
sure. Thank you for the question, Nira Doherty, Burke, Williams, and Sorensen on behalf of the city. As you've heard many times tonight, as the council has likely heard numerous times tonight, local jurisdictions' discretion over housing development projects, for which this is one, has been increasingly constrained over previous years. The Housing Accountability Act, which was adopted by SB 330, specifically precludes a city from denying a housing development project or reducing a project's density where the project meets objective development and or design standards, unless certain health, safety, and welfare risks are established, or if the project would have a significant effect on the environment. The city does have discretion to condition the project in a manner that would not reduce its density or result in an effective denial of the project. And the city has done that based on a series of a number of conditions of approval that are before you this evening.
Thank you. There were several questions about Amazon deliveries, UPS, Uber, Lyft, utility vehicles, how those will be managed.
I'll address this. This is almost an operational issue. We typically don't like to attach the designation of loading zones with the entitlement of new development. And the caution there is that the reason why we don't do that is we don't want to make a private owner entitled to a public space. So these things we'd like to, staff preference is to deal with it after the fact. When a development is mature and the trucks are, let's say, double parked, we would designate a couple of parking spaces for a delivery or a drop-off zone. And that's what we typically do. Every time someone tries to attach a development to a right to do a certain thing on the street, we discourage them from doing that and we deal with it after the fact.
So just a follow-up question based on that. As often it's a pedestrian thing, as I understand, there are pedestrians on E Street. Could there be a loading zone that we condition as part of the use?
We have the full right.
Street.
On E Street, we reserve the right now and in the future, anytime, to designate public public spaces any way we want.
Okay, thank you. There was a question about the car flow. And this might be a really hard one to answer, but you know what? We heard it. So there's average of 1 a minute. What does that look like in real life? So I think that's looking at these numbers that are being used to assess the project, but how does that manifest? How do we reconcile that?
You know, I heard that comment, and everything that we're working with right now, as far as numbers, are talking about averages. So from even the trip generation rate is an average rate. No one guarantees that it's going to be accurate to the nth degree. You know, similar projects, a sample of 50 was made, and we work with averages all the time. So, you know, in order to answer this question, we need to kind of, from our own personal experience, and say, you know, and that's one of my advice to the residents that I met with for 2.5 hours on Friday. It's go to a 162 unit apartment building and watch their driveway. Mm. They don't leave in bundles. And let's say someone, you know, let's say we have an odd occurrence where 10 people leave all of a sudden. These are 10 residents that leave all together within the same minute. The next 10 minutes or next 9 minutes, on the average, will have 0 cars. So the 60, you know, when we say 60 cars and they in the peak hour and spread over an hour, it is the bottom line of it is on the average, we'll have 1 car per minute. And that is, you know, looking at it furthermore and being more analytical of that, when you go to the cycle length at the next intersection, if the cycle length is about a minute, maybe 90 seconds, that means it translates to 1.5 cars per cycle. So it's 90 seconds. So it's really easy. The average is there. It's screaming at us. 1 per minute is what per minute.
Yeah. No, thank you for answering that. So there are many questions or comments around the density and the height being out of scale. So, and maybe this is a legal question, the possibility to reduce density. And I know some of these questions seem similar to what we've already asked, but I think it's important to keep asking them in the way that we've heard them, because this is new. This is new for all of us. These new laws are new, and it's a new proposal for our community.
Yeah, thank you. The SB 330, which I mentioned earlier, also established the Housing Crisis Act, and the Housing Crisis Act specifically prohibits cities from adopting development standards, and it specifically references height, setbacks, and coverage as those standards. If reduction in those standards would reduce residential capacity as that capacity existed previously. So the city would be in the downtown precise plan, because the city has no dwelling unit and acre density standard. Residential density is measured based on certain objective development standards, including height, setbacks, and coverage. The city would be precluded from reducing those in the downtown precise plan area, because doing so would directly impact the ability to build at what is currently allowable maximum residential density.
So this question, I think, was asked in other questions, which is, okay, we hear the state law, but we want the city to not follow the state law, be it density or the 3 that we've been talking about. What would happen if the city didn't follow the law?
Well, there have been some cases that we've seen come out over the last few years since SB 330 was adopted, challenging a city's denial of certain housing development projects. And I'll say that on the whole, those decisions have largely been deferential to housing developers and not deferential to cities, except where there are potential significant environmental impacts. We've seen recently with cases that courts have walked back some of the deference to housing developers where there is a potential for significant environmental impacts.
And is there a cost associated with bringing lawsuits?
Yes,
there
thank you.
probably is.
And in many of those cases, most where deference has been paid to a housing developer for bringing a project under SB 330, which was denied or density was reduced, in almost all cases, the courts have awarded attorney's fees to the prevailing party, i.e. the housing developer.
Thank you. Okay. There were some questions about, is this appeal beyond traffic implications? Is it appropriate to even talk about housing? Because the appeal was very specific. So I think the answer to that was yes, but
Yeah, absolutely. We can discuss everything on the table, but the appeal was about traffic, but absolutely we can discuss any questions that you want to discuss.
Okay. Wow, I have a really bad hand. There was a question. So again, going back to the trip generation, the bank trip generation, there was testimony that the bank was not a very popular bank. So why use the validity of the numbers in the trip generation as that baseline, right? Because that's part of the delta, the bank generation versus the residential use, commercial.
Again, we're dealing with averages. In the trip generation manual, there is no difference between Burger King and In-N-Out. And everybody knows that those are different things, or different, they act differently. Because we're dealing with averages. One exception, one exception was made through the history of the trip generation was Starbucks, because Starbucks was so popular that they generated their own numbers to bring reality, because they were fought based on the average trip generation. The bank, the argument with the bank is that the whole concept of entitlement today, the city could have an application to revitalize the bank, and it could be a very popular bank, or it could be another sleeping bank, or less active bank. It really doesn't matter, because from an entitlement point of view, we entitled the square footage of a retail or a type of retail, and that's all what that we can either give credit to or not. So the bank is there, it's entitled. The standard out of the book rate said it's that number of trips, and that's the best thing that we have to go by.
Thank you. There's a comment about aesthetics as well as the visual impact. And I don't know if this is also a question for Neera, and how it integrates with existing buildings. So really the aesthetics and the impact, and what is the discretion, if any, that the council has around that?
Right. So I would say we can only utilize objective standards. And so one of my PowerPoint slides, I showed what those are. And it's like, one example is what's called a tripartite facade. So there has to be very distinct bottom, a very distinct middle, and a very distinct top. So that's a very objective standard where you could say, this building meets it, this proposal does not. And so in terms of something like, I think the commenter mentioned concerns around potential impacts to views of Mount Tam. We do not have any objective standard that we could point to say that this project is inconsistent with such a standard. And so we just simply cannot utilize that to affect this project.
So I think one of the comments was, can't we put that objective standard in right now and apply it to this project?
Well, no. So pursuant to SB 330, since they submitted that application in January of 2022, any adopted city standards in effect at that time are stuck. You can't now adopt a new standard and apply it retroactively.
Okay. There were questions about how come this project is not financially viable at fewer stories?
That would be a good one for the developer. I'm not an expert in economic feasibility.
Maybe a broad answer, Mr. Moynihan. Would you mind answering that?
So as I said in the beginning, we looked at much larger projects which have much more financial viability. When we ran the numbers on the project, this was the smallest version. There's quite a variety of different factors that go into it, but it has to do with construction costs, underground garages, construction costs have gone up. So it's there's a declining cost per unit that you have to kind of measure. And when you start to get below the size that the project is now, it's really just not viable.
So since I have you here, I'm going to skip around on some of these other ones. There was Mr. Pandoli had asked about additional affordable units as part of the project scope.
So we meet I don't understand exactly what he was getting at, but we meet the criteria on the basis of the base density of the project, which is 122. And so take 122 times 10%, that's 12, and then we round it up to 13.
I think he was saying from the total of 162, but then the math just keeps going higher now. Okay.
Right.
And then there was a comment about why can't you just remove some parking spots and then have a ramp inside?
Talking about moving the ramp over to East Street. So we looked at that, and it's very, very expensive to do that. East Street is actually the shorter side. I don't know if when we looked at the slide, you could really tell that, but that's a very narrow part of the site. The Shaver Street side is much, much longer, and there's not enough ramp really to go down. You would have to wipe out a number of units in doing so, the way the plan is laid out. If you tried to, and we looked at that, obviously that was one of the things we looked at. And a ramp actually, by the time you have a level area to approach it, then you have to go down at a certain slope percentage, then it has to be flat. So that turns out to be 100 feet long to be able to do that. And that wipes out all of the units that are above that. I think there's 8 or 10 units that are in the way of trying to achieve that. We also looked at trying to put the entrance on 4th Street to see if that would work, and that it's the same problem. Once you start to have to build a ramp, it becomes very complicated and it's much less efficient. So it's millions and millions of dollars to try to do that.
Thank you. I think the rest are back for staff. If we have any, thank you, Ms. Moynihan. So clarification around parking standards. I heard several folks say 116, but I actually think those are bike parking spots. So I think there was confusion around the parking that is available, because I did hear that number several times, and I'm looking at the staff report. So if you could just speak to that, I think it's 116 bike and 179 parking spots. So if you could just clarify that, because many people were concerned, 162 units, 116 parking spots, that's not a match. If you could clarify.
Absolutely. I need to track down the bike number, but the vehicle parking is 179 vehicle parking spaces. So I'm not actually sure where that 116 number in the...
So it's a bicycle storage room for 116 bicycle parking spaces and a trash room.
Right. So yeah, sorry. The bike room is 116. And then in addition to that, there are bike parking spaces in front of the parking stalls within the garages. So it's more than 116 total bike parking.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify, because I think there was some concern about it being underparked. There was a question about the affordability of the units, and if you could speak to how the affordability of those 13 units is guaranteed or locked in.
Right. So very low income means 50% or less of area median income for the county. And so those are locked in actually in perpetuity in our ordinance for the city.
Okay, I see Director Judice wanted to add to that.
I just wanted to add that it's incorporated as a condition of approval, and then subsequent to a decision being made, the applicant is required to enter into a below market rate agreement that is recorded on the property. So it becomes something that's recorded, and we would be able to hold the applicant accountable.
Okay, thank you. This was an interesting question. Can local ballot measures override state law? I thought that was a really interesting question.
No.
No, okay. I hadn't heard that question before, so thank you for that answer. There were questions about the current conditions, specifically safe routes to school and canes. Could you speak to how the fact that canes spills over, from what I understand, and that the safe routes, and I don't know I know we have a bike and master bike plan, and whether this is designated a safe route or not, or if it's a different route. So if you could speak to that.
Well, there's a difference between safe route to school and bicycle paths and facilities. The safe route to school, when we look at safe route to school, we look at the crossing and the safety of the crossing, the condition of the sidewalk, and the volume, of course, affects the convenience and the comfortability of the comfort of the pedestrian, but it's really not a factor. So as far as the bicycle master plan, we have over 40 projects that have been identified as a priority, and we're always working on even refining that and working with the bicycle pedestrian advisory committee. And we are improving on that accessibility of, with 3rd Street, from east-west. We still have some work to do with the north-south. I mean, we've done some studies, and the bicycle connectivity north-south, especially in the downtown, is not what we desire to see. It's and that's what was encouraged in the precise plan that we're dealing with. We have the precise plan has a north-south connection on Town Playas as part of the transit center. But if we go west of that, that connection is not, it's not ideal. So for bicycle connectivity, I think there's work to be done. We have, pretty soon you're going to see the capital improvement program. There is a provision to redo the bicycle master plan, and this is one of the issues that we will discuss. But as far as safe route to school and the whole idea about safety, we heard tonight that, East Street is a better street. I disagree with that. East Street is a wider street. A wider street equals a faster street. And a faster street, that the speed of the street is the main major of crashes. So if we have a smaller street, we would be a better street. And the 30-foot functions very well. And as a matter of fact, it functioned for 100 years. So, and no one can claim any direct crashes related to the width of the street. So it just, I know maybe some of the things that I'm discussing here tonight are controversial, and maybe that's not what people want to hear, but these are the facts that we're dealing with.
I think Director Miller wanted to add on to the safe routes conversation.
Yeah, Director Miller of Public Works. So I just want to make a comment that when we were doing the feasibility of 3rd Street project, we worked with the Safer Routes to Schools group, and that's one of the reasons why we added the bike path along 2nd Street, is they wanted to encourage kids to go down G Street, cross, and go on that nice bike path that will be done in a few months through there. So that's the route. So I assume since there's not that connection now, since the bike path or the sidewalk got down to like 3.5 feet on 2nd Street, everybody was instead going this alternate route to Shaver to get south down to 1st Street. So soon we will have a nicer spot for safe routes to school.
Thank you. And then around Kane's Tires, sounds like the current condition is they might have their business spills over onto the street. I was just curious how that was part of the conversation, if it was at all, if there was a conversation with Kane's.
With the, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
So there had been comments that because of Kane's Tire, there are more people in the area, that possibly they're using the public streets to park maybe cars that are being worked on. I'm just repeating what I heard from the community.
I mean, it is a fact when the parking is first come, first serve. If there is an overflow of parking from a commercial business to a residential area, people would gravitate towards shade and safety and put their cars where they're not supposed to put their cars. And eventually, I think the way to deal with that is with permit program, preferential residential parking program that would address these issues, and that was discussed in our meeting with the residents. Is that the permit parking will not deter another resident because the residents of 1515 are area residents and it's a residential use. No program should prohibit them from parking in the neighborhood, but the commercial nearby, and not just by this one store. I mean, if we've seen through the years, people are willing to walk for blocks if they can find free, convenient, shady parking. So it's not just that tire store.
Thank you. And there was a question around, I think it's a housing element question around why this site, and I wrote designation of site location. So I think if you could speak to how the housing element, I think, intersects with the site locations that are in the downtown precise plan, and why this site, why not another site, or maybe it's other sites as well. If you could just speak to how the housing element works.
Sure, I'll take a shot, and if Ali or Nira want to jump in, by all means. So the housing element process, you're really showing that it's feasible for projects to come in and that you can get the number of units that are required by the regional housing needs assessment. And so that's just doing the math. So the city's showing at these different specific sites, these different developments would be feasible on each of these sites. You could get this number of units and they could add up to meet your RENA numbers. So that's just something that's required by the state. But more on a project by project basis, at the end of the day, if a project meets all of the development standards, whether through state density bonus law or otherwise, the city has to process that pursuant to state law. So the housing element's much kind of higher level, and then project specific is just a different level.
No, that's helpful. Thank you. Only a couple more here. Someone commented that the wording of the agenda notice was confusing.
So I think what's going on there, I couldn't find the notice online. I don't know, Lindsay, if we have those online somewhere, I could pull it up. To my knowledge, the notice specifically says, just basically states the facts that it's the appeal of an approval. And to my knowledge, I think what that person was pulling off of was the actual staff report, which the staff report always includes what the recommendation is. But yeah, I don't have the public notice right in front of me, but okay.
Okay, so it was clarifying it was the staff report versus the agenda. No, we're going to keep going. Thank you. And that's the staff report that you have, I think, in your hand, maybe. Okay, we'll keep going. Some of these questions are really tough. I really appreciate the community for asking them. So these new residents, how are we going to know how they're going to commute? And is there a way that I think the implied is there a way to influence how people drive to and from their house?
Well, there are measures they call the transportation demand management, and we can always apply. Transportation demand management is mainly parking management and how the parking, whether it's bundled or not bundled, or I've seen development where they offered free bus passes for the residents for the first year. Things that would cause behavioral changes. But I think the most effective one is the maturity of the precise plan when our downtown is walkable and transit locations are identified and transit is emphasized. That these are the things that will make a difference in the long run, not just by how they commute. It also affects car ownership, and that's really the bottom line. I mean, if we can attract people who don't want cars in this development, bingo. We've achieved our goals, and that would be the best thing to do. But it's called transportation demand management, and there are probably lists of them that we can go to the literature and collect.
Thank you. Okay, 2 more questions. There was a comment. Someone wanted to know the number of units that are built in San Rafael and the different type. And I think instead of giving those answers, if you could just point the resident where that information is, because I've seen it myself. It's probably part of the housing element application. So if you could just tell Dr. Fujiosi where people can look that up on their own.
We do update the city council annually on the number of units that are constructed, usually around March or April. You can go to the cityofsanrafael.org and go to housing there's the different departments, and you click on housing, and that'll take you to our website that shows what, both our housing element and the updates on our annual progress that we're making. So those are all on there.
Thank you. And then one of the last questions is how to strengthen, is there a way going forward, you've already said we can't do it retroactively, is there a way to strengthen or have additional conversation about objective design standards going forward? That we know it wouldn't affect this project.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of how that conversation occurs. I think, Neera could probably comment on the inability to reduce the allowable intensity. So once a certain allowable intensity is allowed of residential development, you can't then go back and say your allowable height's 50, now it's going to be 40. I think that's in SB 330. But the larger discussion of objective standards is sort of, do we want to require more landscaping, or do we want to require open space, or those sorts of things where you're not affecting the intensity of allowable land use?
So I think, every time like a city goes through a large code update, there's always that year or two after where you're kind of recalibrating, rethinking what the elements of those code changes are. And so there may be an opportunity for us to kind of think about, as we always will look back at those code changes and think about what needs to be amended. So there, as we kind of move through this year and the following year, I think one of the things that we included in the, our work plan is to look at our downtown precise plan and to kind of figure out what's working and what isn't working. So there is an opportunity for doing that, kind of a recalibration. I don't know what the result of that would be, but there is an opportunity there.
Thank you. And then I think the last question, this is just broad, and Neera, this is for you. I think it'd be helpful for up here on the dais and in the room. So if there's the trajectory here, if the appeal is upheld, what happens? And if it's denied, what happens? And then any legal or lawsuit implications of either of those. So.
Sure. So if the appeal is upheld, that constitutes a reversal of the Planning Commission decision and a denial of the project. If the appeal is denied, then the council can uphold the Planning Commission's determination or uphold it with modifications. The modifications can be revised conditions of approval. If there's any modifications to like project design or project features, we'd recommend that you give staff the opportunity to work with the applicant on those proposed revisions to the project.
Thank you. So those are the many questions that I captured. And before I go to comments, my colleagues, I'll see if they have any additional questions. Yes. So questions first before comments. So questions only, please.
So we've been talking a lot about the driveways and the 2-level parkings, and how many cars do you have in the first level and how many on the second? And I'll go with my question.
Yeah.
That's actually wasn't a question. So I walk around the property. I've been driving around it. I know it as well because I had a friend living there. It seems to me that having the upper driver, sorry, I can't tell anymore. The upper driveway, where is like a mandatory right turn, and then the lower one going left, I guess, will be fairly easy compared to other solutions, and it might actually relieve some of the concerns. So that's my question. And I was just trying to figure out how many cars in the upper versus the lower.
And maybe as part of that question, would that be something that could be a part of the conditional use as opposed to having the project come back? But that could be something that would be asked to be, I don't know if that additional study was warranted. Could it be done?
Okay, I'll take just the easiest part of that question. There's 80 spaces on the lowest level and 99 spaces on the upper level.
So in theory, you're splitting the traffic study in two, right?
Yeah, there additional 20% of the spaces, 20% more on the upper level. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want my opinion, definitely a solution or a recommendation that the city council could do with denying the appeal. So if the appeal is denied, this is the type of modification that could be added as a condition of approval. And I think it's non-invasive. It does not add to the cost of the project. It forces certain distribution. And you know, I think it forces you know, it's a natural solution.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Additional questions? Yes, Councilmember Hill.
Much of the testimony we've heard tonight deals with us staff examining what is written into our guidelines and what is written into the law. I think each of us applies our own beliefs on the types of residents that live there, the behaviors of the vehicles based on our lived individual experiences. My biggest concern is that even when we follow the law to the letter, we could still end up in a condition that could be unsafe. And I think I want to hear from city staff the degree of remedy we could introduce to this. I'm hearing things like right turn only from certain driveways or one way, or what are the degrees of remedy that we can get to that could get to maybe modeled levels of in and out that we're talking about here. I just want to understand the degree of remedy we would be able to apply here, whether it's 6 months after the project goes live or 1 day after the project goes live. What are the remedies we have available to us to provide relief along Shaver?
In my opinion, if we follow the letter of the law, discretion has been taken away from us. I mean, it becomes a matter of negotiation and trying to lead the development team into doing something, and they need to agree with it. If they want to hold the line and say that's discretionary, you don't have an objectionable standard that says you can limit right turn, you can limit driveways to right turn only. You're imposing standards that are not written anywhere, no matter how logical it is, and no matter how safe it is, it takes it out of our hands. But at the same time, our transportation analysis guidelines are way ahead of many, many cities. I mean, we went above and beyond, creating tiers of studies and creating the parameters, setting the parameters. These are standards that we can hang our hat on.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think the spirit of my question was more to the idea that despite adherence to our guidelines and our law, let's say reality affords a different outcome. All I'm seeking is an inventory of remedies that we could do from a public works perspective.
Right, in terms of the...
So I'll jump in. I see it slightly differently. I do think the council retains discretion, and the way that the council retains discretion, although it has been very limited, is in an area that does not result in a denial of the project or a reduction in density. And what I like to do in that unknown area is we need to work with the housing developer and make sure that in that area of discretion, we're not imposing subjective criteria that would reduce density. And so I think some of the suggestions that have been made, they may very well do that, but I don't believe they've necessarily been explored thoroughly with the applicant yet. And I defer to staff on if they indeed have been explored and negated as possibilities due to a reduction in density.
Right, but sorry, was your question also related to what the city could be doing in its own public property, not necessarily requiring what
right of way?
Right, and so you mentioned things about one ways, stop signs. I think you're asking for a summary of those, right?
We definitely have the right to do so by code. mean, anything that we think that will produce more safety, more public acceptance. We have a full toolbox of traffic control devices that we can add without linking it directly to this development.
Yeah, I'm interested in that. So thank you I think what I heard is right turn only from certain driveways, consideration of one-way traffic controls at Shaver and Fourth. I think also what I heard in the testimony too, and are we in comments or in questions right now?
Still a question.
Okay, I'll reserve. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions? Yeah, Councilmember Bushy.
Just a follow-up to kind of bring that all home. When would we have more discretion? Now when we're dealing with the entitlement process, or later on when there's some definable mess somewhere?
I think it's both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. In both. All right, great. Thank you.
Not seeing other questions. I just want to follow up a little bit on what Councilmember Hill was asking, and I don't know the appropriate time to ask the applicant or have staff go and talk later, because I would have an interest in looking at either the right turn or left turn. I mean, I don't want the five of us up here figuring out traffic engineering. I think that's not the right way to go, or one way. But I do think having those looked at, in addition to alleviate maybe some of the pressure on the street, I'm also interested. I understand very clearly that 2 intersections were studied. We could have had up to 4 possibly, and the one at Shaver and Third. I'd be interested in seeing how that would affect, because my sense is if you're looking at right turn, left turn one way, you would actually need to know more information about that intersection at Shaver and Third. And so is that something that can be done as a condition of the denial of the appeal, or would that have to come back to the council? I don't know if that's a nearer question. I'm not sure how that works.
Yeah, so we wouldn't have to condition the project in that manner. As Rafat mentioned and Councilmember Hill mentioned also, the city is vested with complete discretion to make traffic related changes in city right of way. There are certain standards that have to be met for certain traffic related changes under the Streets and Highways Code or the Vehicle Code, like reduction of speed limits requires certain studies be conducted, but we would not condition the project on those things because that's not something the applicant performs, that's something the city performs.
So the city would then be responsible for looking at that additional data, if I'm understanding correctly.
Correct.
Okay. Not seeing any other questions, we will go to comments. I will start with the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I really appreciate the input from everybody in the community. Ideally, we will make everybody happy, but it seems that it's not going to be always possible. I definitely know that we need more housing, and we are looking at the mixed use in the downtown precise plan. And this is like I think it's a good example of what that would look like. I would love it to be as safe as possible. So I think definitely looking at those driveways and making sure that maybe we can reduce the traffic into that street. That will be my preferred solution. And yeah, I think I'm actually ready to support this project with the modification on the driveways and figure out how we can solve that. And for the developer, I don't know if this is something you have explored or not, but maybe like a car share could be a solution for some of your new tenants to reduce cars as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. Lots of information tonight, lots of feedback, and it's great. I mean, anytime the community comes out, it's very, very important. It'd be awful just to have us just up here all the time and talking to each other. I went back and looked at some of the videos around the downtown precise plan and the general plan 2040. And some of the comments I heard around, it was exciting, it's innovative, it's imaginative, it's visionary, it's community driven, created and supported. no one in those comments really talked about that we need to make decisions, hard decisions, to make this work happen. And these are the types of decisions that are coming forward to this council. And I take this very seriously, the work that we can do, as well as what's in our purview and what can we do. I'm definitely not a developer. I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm not a planner. But I have seen projects that the council, while we were on it or prior, have made projects so complicated that the project disappears. And that's what we don't want to look back at our 2040 plan and realize that it didn't happen because we made it so complicated to happen. I'm very supportive of housing. We need housing, and it's a critical need for the community. I'd love to see more affordable units, but I'll be saying that all the time. But I understand this project. We need to stay on top of the safety of all of our streets. I do think that as the project is evolving and we're looking at it, we'll have better idea once 3rd Street is done. Right? 2nd Street is done. We have things already in progress that are supposed to improve our traffic patterns and bike patterns and pedestrian work. So I support the staff recommendation to deny the appeal and look forward as we move forward with this project. I know it's a change, it's an impact, but I also heard within the plan that this community highly supported was the need for these types of projects. So I think it's definitely within line with that.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you. There are many things about this project I'm for. In the general plan 2040 and downtown precise plan, those are reflections of several things. They're reflections of the fact that the state had already passed laws affording bonus density. The fact that we're heading towards arena cycle of enhanced building, and despite some comments that it's rhetorical, there are real consequences to not keeping up with housing stock. I also am for safety. As a resident in District 2, I know well the characteristics of the street in question. Shaver is narrow. Even as a pedestrian, when I walk by there on 4th, it can feel even harrowing today. And I appreciated Vikram Seshadri's appeal. I read every word. And in fact, I actually appreciated the final prompt that you made to the council. It comes down to this. In SB 330, we are asked to look at a preponderance of evidence made in the appeal hearing and some of the planning commission meeting and previous meetings. In my heart, I know that there is going to be a non-zero impact to the pedestrian and car interface there. When I try to apply my interpretation of preponderance of evidence, I think it will create conditions that will need addressing. To that end, I, as part of this, my commitment is to make certain that Public Works will ensure that in terms of the right-of-way, that every remedy is applied to make certain that every type of resident, whether it's a cyclist, a child going to school, safe routes, is supported all the way through. And to the end that I try to interpret every remedy we can bring in trying to deny the appeal. I think that we will uphold the Planning Commission's decision and commit ourselves to ensure safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bushy.
I would like to speak to all the people who attended this hearing and who attended the Planning Commission hearing and the design review hearing. We hear you. This is a big project. There are going to be changes in your neighborhood to the traffic and the parking that you're going to be experiencing. We understand that. Our job here, though, is to balance those issues with the benefits to the community in the context of current state law. On balance, I support denying the appeal and upholding the application, and here's why. I go back to the Design Review Board and the Planning Commission. The mayor and I spent a lot of time together on the Planning Commission, and that involves also working with the DRB. These are our professionals, the people that we entrust to hold those hearings, do the hard, detailed work. And I know how hard they work on these proposals. They both of those bodies held lengthy, detailed hearings with professionals diving into all the details of this proposal. Both of those entities, after long public hearings, voted in favor of this project. Based on my experience with the city, those two bodies have a lot of sway with me. In addition to that, tonight, we heard testimony from a broad swath of our business community saying how important it is to revitalize downtown, how we need to bring people downtown, enliven it, fill up those storefronts, and bring San Rafael into a future with a thriving downtown. And that's going to take bringing people downtown, ideally living downtown. Finally, the downtown precise plan. We worked so hard on that. And that was a vision, and this fits completely within that vision that we held. Tonight, we've heard from our traffic engineers assessing the safety of the traffic design. They unanimously agree that this increased level of traffic can be safely incorporated within our existing facilities. To the extent issues arise in the future, they have unlimited abilities to make whatever changes are required by the specific problems that occur. As we sit here, a bunch of non-professionals, we think right-hand turns would be a good idea. Well, once this is built, that might turn out to be a really bad idea. We want to put the discretion in with the professionals to address problems that occur, should any occur in the future. I think the proposal to change the garage entrance was thoroughly analyzed and shown to be not a good idea. Moving one to the other side of the building, it's too short. There's not enough frontage there, and we'll have ingress and egress on a faster street. So that and never mind the fact that the impact of the cost and the loss of units to the building. So all of these things lead to the conclusion that the basis for the evidence before us has provided us with no basis to deny this appeal. No, wait a minute, no, with no basis to do anything but deny this appeal, so that and grant the application as the Planning Commission did.
Thank you, and I'll just add my comments. People feel very passionately about this issue in both the clapping, the cheering, the emails, next door comments. And so we understand how impactful having this project come forward is. We hear it, we felt it, we heard it. The city does not build housing. We don't build housing. Our role in development is to have plans that reflect the values of San Rafael, which was what the downtown precise plan was, which you've heard enough about that already this evening. That was a community-led process. And what's interesting is we create the environment so when specific projects come forward that they can be weighed against this community plan. And we recognize that the neighbors and the people that are closest are least excited about this plan. And I don't think that's unusual. I don't think that's unusual for this project or for any project really that comes forward. So that's the role of the city. And then there's the state that has entered into the conversation. And one of the commenters said, we don't want the city saying their hands are tied. I wouldn't say our hands are tied, but boy, they sure have been constrained. And that has been because housing has not been built in the state of California. And so what the state has done is they've gone down, and where there's been flexibility or the ability to have concessions, waivers. They've actually removed those tools, as it were, from the city. And so we are relying on these objective standards, which we've heard are very, I think we could have a big, long conversation about, wow, there is not a huge breadth to those. They are very, very limited, and that is on purpose. This is one of the first projects that is able to take advantage of all the state laws, and there were many. There was 33 and 35, and the housing accountability and the state density, and I'm sure there were more that were applied to that. And the state has done this purposefully. Make no mistake, this is exactly what the state of California has been saying needs to happen in our state so we can have more people be able to stay in this community or come into this community or stay in the state of California. There has never been a perfect project. I've never seen a perfect project. I've been on the council for 10 years. We were on the planning commission for 10 before that. Every single project has trade-offs. So what it comes down to is what are the trade-offs that, one, are allowed and that we're able to swallow, as it were. And what's been interesting about this whole process is some of those trade-offs, we actually can't measure them anymore because the state has very clearly said, when you're looking at trade-offs, you can't talk about this, this, or this. I completely agree with Councilmember Hill that the impact on this is going to be real. And I really want to use the tools at our discretion and to be creative. If it is one way, or we've already talked about that, what that looks like, and it can also be things on the 4th Street. Maybe it's bringing back the sidewalk, all those things that are in the public right away to really enhance the motion around there, because I get it. The folks that are on Shaver and Latham, it will be an impact. And yeah, I see you smiling. Yeah, it will be. And the reality is, this is what additional housing development and bigger buildings look like. It will be a change. It'll be a change to our entire downtown. I'm sure there'll be more that come forward. And I do appreciate the community development saying we'll continue to look at objective standards. We will not be the only city having these conversations. My sense is, though, the state is not going to give us more flexibility going forward. My sense is they'll be giving us less if they start to see a project's being denied. I will deny the appeal because I don't want to subject the city of Summerfell to an extended lawsuit that costs money and time, and that I'm convinced we ultimately would not win if that were what we wanted to do. This is a change. I do welcome the change in the downtown. I do understand the impact, and it's going to feel different. And I'm hopeful that when we look backwards, a decade from now, we will see that it was a net benefit to all of our community, everything from the business to the residents to the schools and the workers that are able to live in San Rafael. So I appreciate all the comments. I know that many of you came to DRB, Planning Commission, Council tonight, and as I said, we read your emails, and I know you'll be incredibly frustrated, and I will read your emails when you email me tomorrow. This is not an easy decision. I would love to have, as Vice Mayor Uran-Sculati said, we'd love to have everyone walking out of here feeling really great about all the decision that was made. I feel great about the fact we're bringing new housing to San Rafael. I feel great about that, and I feel great that we have affordable units as part of that. I don't feel great that the neighbors are frustrated. And I realize that is a trade-off that will have to rest with my own decision-making on that. So I think staff has heard the direction in terms of the engineering around the traffic. And with that, I would entertain a motion on this item.
I'll do it. I move that we adopt a resolution denying an appeal AP 23-002 and affirming the Planning Commission's April 11th, 2023 action approving an environmental design review permit ED 22-016 for a new mixed-use building with 162 residential units and 8,900 square feet of ground floor commercial space located at 1515 4th Street, and determining the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15332 with the revision of deleting
Condition of approval number 74.
Condition of approval number 74.
A second? It's moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
sorry.
Yes, Nora.
It's actually my recommendation that you leave condition of approval number 74 in place. I know it's a little bit of a different direction than Rafat had mentioned earlier, but the applicant has been on notice of that condition since planning commission approval. And I do believe that that condition has been accurately applied. If it is determined not to have been accurately applied, then we can remove or reduce that fee at a later time. The applicant is required to be on notice of a fee at time of project approval. And as stated, that condition does accurately put the applicant on notice of that fee.
Then condition of approval 74 is back into my motion.
Thank you. Moved and there's a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Yadens Galati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you all for your attendance this evening. This meeting is adjourned.